T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve will find me where the love light gleams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. I'll be home for Christmas. Wreaths are on the doors. People sing and sleigh bells ring. There's candy
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Man, I want to talk about Avatar so bad. There's so many things I want to say. I just can't say any of them because it's like I don't want to give away. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy who ruins the movie for somebody who hasn't had an opportunity to see it yet. And so I'm not going to say anything other than you gotta see it. It's really, really, really good. And I don't know what else to say. I will say this. I will say this, and I actually kind of wrote this in my little write up in case you guys hadn't seen it already. But um, one of our daughters, Savvy, she's kind of she's a toughie. She's a real toughie, and she's a sports player. She's real tough, and we walked out of the movie, and she goes, "I cried a little." I've never seen her cry in a movie ever. I don't think I've ever seen her cry now. She's kind of young. She's a freshman in high school, and so and I don't know. It's the first time she's ever cried. So if that's some kind of testament to how touching there are in scenes in the movie, I'll just leave it at that. It made somebody cry who I might have had a little bit of sweating going on around the eyes, Nana. maybe maybe just a little. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it was a really good movie, and I don't know. I mean, I think you're gonna be missing out if you don't have a chance to go see it. Um, FOMO, fear of missing out. I'm sure people are going to want to talk about it around your workplaces or, maybe family get-togethers. People probably talking in the family. So make sure you're not one of those ones who's last to see it and have to endure everybody wanting to talk about it around you. Because I'm pretty sure it's going to be talked about. But I'm kind of I'm a huge movie critic when it comes to movie plots. And it doesn't matter what movie it is. Even if it's my most favorite movie of all time, I will find holes in the plots of movies. And I would be lying to say that there's not at least one or two movie plot holes that I was just kind of like, that's dumb. but but that's just me though. And the same thing. I just noticed that Danny put in there Top Gun 2. Um, I found movie hole plot. I found there was tons of movie hole plots in Top Gun 2, but I think it's just me being a super hypercritical person, and it didn't take away from the story for me, because the story and the visuals were so good that I just really don't. It doesn't matter. It's just one of those things. It's just I think about things when movies happening, and I go like, wait, why didn't they just do this? I don't know. I try not to ruin it. No, you know what's the worst is, Savvy, though? I ruin the movie for my wife all the time because what'll happen is we're sitting there, like it'll be like a murder mystery or something, and like a third of the way through the movie, I'll lean over to my wife and I'll be like, "The butler did it," or I'll be like, "She's not really dead," or he's really dead and he's seeing dead people. He's dead. And so, my wife will be like, "Damn you! Why, why are you saying these things?" I'm always like, I'm always ruining the movies. So, but I don't do that with the whole movie whole plot part though. I don't usually lean over and be like, "They could have just done this." I usually say it afterwards. Savvy, I think we've mentioned before that your husband and I are both the engineer types. So I think it's just something we just do. We think about like how you could have done something differently all the time. Z Wade, good morning to you. It was a great movie though. So if you guys have a chance to get out and see it, go do so because I highly recommend it. Um, we got 1 minute here until the numbers are ready to be released. I do want to update my synthetic price failure page. As you'll notice with the blue, white, and red lines that are showing up on the page, On Ape, we did trigger another synthetic price failure by having the price drive down to that 72 range. The red line is anything below the red line is where synthetic price failures where paper hands probably occurred at some point, whether it's institutional or if it's retail. It's hard to say, but it's more or less. I mean, more than likely, it's more. It's probably institutional paper hands. I doubt that there are apes that are selling at this kind of price. Or if there is, there's not very many. But let me go ahead and plug this number in here. I want to get this low in of 7150. Give me 1 second while I pull up my screen here. So that is from 92 cents down to 7150 is a 22.11% decrease in price. In order for us to know that there's going to be a trend reversal off of this, it's going to have to hit 82.23. Let me change that number real quick. 82.23. Close enough. All right. So I just wanted to fix that real quick. And then let me just make sure that I've got the right number set up for AMC. 553. I need to put in 513 for the low. $513 for the low on AMC is 43.9%, down from 915 that we saw not too long ago. So that's I mean, normal typical turnaround points are going to be 40 or 35 and 40%. If it goes too much further beyond 43, like if it goes up to 46%, then you could see as much as a 60% drop in price before seeing it turn around. So 43.9 is getting pretty close to that point to where it's like if we don't start seeing a turnaround soon on this, we may see a 60% drop before we see the bounce. Also, I heard there rain and thunder just a little while ago out where I'm at right now. So if I suddenly cut off, it's likely due to weather, not anything else nefarious. Danny says, Casey, I saw a video of Adam Aaron yesterday talking before Avatar, and someone yelled, "I'm not effing leaving" at the end. That had me rolling. I haven't seen that yet. Casey, I saw your double gander last night at an ice show. Oh, my doppelganger. A doppelganger. It says double gander. It took me a second to figure out what that was. Yeah, doppelganger. Wow, that's crazy. You know, the beard tends to make you look a little bit. Everybody looks alike who has a beard, I think sometimes. My biggest fan says Shorts would have a better luck picking up a turd by the clean end than getting us to sell. Am I right? I agree. All right, let's. Tim says we have a bad snowstorm coming Friday. Oh man, does it sounds like we have another snowvid coming then, huh? Well, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a white Christmas. That's all right by me. I don't know what part of the country you're in, Tim. I'm pretty sure you've told me before, but um, man, snowvid was rough on us here last year. I think it was last year. Sammy boy, good morning. All right, guys, I'm going to log into my broker real quick here, and then we can take a look at our numbers and see where we're at for the day. Give me just a second. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it set up for your account, now would be a great time to test it out to see if it's something you can live with. No sense in letting somebody get into your account, muck things up for you. when you do set that up, be sure and put in a secondary device. No, actually, maybe it might even be the third week in a row that I've done this. I took time off. Normally, I spend time working on AMC related stuff, especially this weekend because my wife was off this weekend, and or not off, but at working this weekend, which means it usually turns into a work weekend for me because it gives me additional time. But I didn't. I didn't work this weekend. I kind of just relaxed, watched football on Sunday, and go Kansas City. Holy crap, what a game that was! they had me, they had me biting my nails the whole time. And yeah, so I took it easy this weekend. And by the way, going into this week, I'm just going to mention to you guys, my mom is coming in. She's flying in on Tuesday night, so she'll have an opportunity to be able to be on a part of the show, the live stream with me on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. And I'm thinking about I'll still have a live stream going, but I'm thinking about taking some time off, spend time with the family and I would highly encourage you guys to make sure that, live life. You know what I'm saying? Like this is there's certain things in life that you can never get back. And I know you guys probably are just listening and, sometimes it's good to just turn off everything and just kind of reset yourself in life. And, these holiday seasons are a perfect time to do that. Just turn off everything, turn your devices. I mean, I didn't even get on the computer at all this weekend. There actually, I take that back. There was one time where I got on just to finish out um, the numbers for fantasy stonks. By the way, JPortagi, which I will put them in. Maybe I should put it in today. Actually, I'm gonna put J in today. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna add this to the live stream. Let me make sure I'm getting his name right here. Yeah, I got it right. All right. So the fantasy stonks winner was JPortagi. He had an incredible win. Actually, I'm going to put in here. I'm going to actually read off what it is that some of the stuff that I wrote. So I put congrats goes to Jay Portagi as the inaugural winner of Fantasy Stonks. His epic journey from placing top 3 over the first 3 weeks of trading and dropping him down to 5th and barely making it into the semifinals turned into an ultimate win when the market failures produced losses for everyone invested in the last 2 weeks of trading. Jay's foresight to keep his single week earnings from week 1 divested ultimately led him to victory with a staggering $1,119.66, more than what he originally started with after 6 weeks of trading, averaging him $186.61 in weekly earnings. To make the average median in income in the U.S., Jay would need about $100,000 to invest if he could maintain those types of gains over a year. And then I said, oh, and I also included a link where everybody could go check and see, like, out of all the stocks that we had to choose from, which ones would have done really well for, everybody, just so they could kind of go back and look at the records and see how everything would have played out if they would have invested in certain companies. But anyways, it was fun. I had a good time, and uh, I was really kind of surprised by, well, first off, I found out a couple good things to know. It's really difficult to do a live stream and trade. so, so that's good for me to know for the future. I'm gonna have to be, I'm gonna have to make sure that I'm obviously if I'm watching AMC and Ape, it's not gonna be that much of an issue. But if I have to watch other tickers, it would be really difficult, I think, for me to ever live stream and watch multiple tickers at once, and have to be focused and talk at the same time because it makes it a little difficult. But man, yeah, it was fun, man. I had a good time, even though I did crappy. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Taking you guys over to the other page. Wait, 1 second. I think I'm taking you over the other page. Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. So hold those thoughts until after we get done with the going over the numbers. And dang, I see. I told you I walked away from the computer this weekend and I still didn't put the institutional ownership back in there in the bottom left hand side. I'm gonna get to it. I'm gonna get to it eventually here. Let's see what we got here. Price prediction tally points for Friday. Man, ooh, I don't think I don't think I won. There's no way. Let's see. Closing price on AMC would have been $5.31. Ape was 0.7297. The grand total was 603.97 minus $1.50 is 453.97. The lowest price prediction last week was Eric at 570 to 870. All of us got points. There wasn't a single person that didn't get a point, but the bonus point's going to go to Eric since his average was closest. He undercut me by 5 cents, and Keto was only 3 cents higher than I was, and Einstein was, 5 cents higher than him. So we were all really, really, really close numbers to each other. But the market ended up finishing way down in contrast. But Eric's going to get the extra bonus point and be the winner for the week. I'm going to give everybody else their point so everybody knows that we all got price predictions right for the entire week. I like seeing that. I like it when we all get the predictions right every single day. All right, short exempt volume. Let's see here. On AMC, we had 190. Let me make sure the date's right here. Okay, that's correct. Wait, is that correct? Yeah, that's right. Okay. 190.5 on AMC in short exempt volume. And let's check out Ape. Whenever our volume's really, really low, guys, that number's always going to be very low. Let me look up Apes. Ape was 73.5. Price increase, decrease on AMC was, let's see here. They were down on both of them. 5.18 on AMC, and Ape was down 10.04. Now, I had to end the live stream kind of early last week because we were going to the movie, and so SSR was triggered on Ape at the very end of the day, which I had kind of mentioned to you guys that they would probably try and trip that at the very last minute. Sure enough, that's exactly what happened. Who'd have thunk? All right, let's see. Utilization still showing up at 100%. Let me verify the date real quick here, and let's see what we got. Date showing up as the 16th as 100%. That is correct. So we're on day number 218 straight trading days of 100% utilization on Ape. Utilization showing up at 76.23. Slightly down from last week. Max Pain. I have no idea what it's going to be for this week. I have no clue. Let's check it out and see what it is. Max Pain is $6. AMC is currently at about 531, so we're a little bit lower than the Max Pain. Off exchange, final numbers for last Friday. 51.7 going through off exchange. EDGX was at 8.95. Grand total 60.65 of our volume percent of our volume going through those exchanges. That's lower by about 3.5% lower than what a normal day is. Nothing unusual about the CHX volume on AMC. Ape, on the other hand, had 63.74% going through off exchange, and EDGX was at 7.73. Grand total that is 71.47. That is 7.5% higher than a normal day. However, the CHX volume on Ape was extremely high in comparison to what we normally see. An average daily amount going through the 30-day average, anyways, is 0.12 on Ape, and it saw 0.81% of the total daily volume, so like 8 times the amount of volume almost. CHX total volume was 155,610 shares, so it's definitely elevated on Friday on Ape. On GME, CHX volume was normal. Is actually below normal. CHX was normal on HYMC. Taking a look at institutional ownership, and I know I didn't put it back up down there, but it is 140.185 is what it was last week. Institutional ownership for this week is 140.171. That is slightly lower than what it was previously. Hold on a second, I gotta see if there's 140. Yeah, it was 140.171. All right, I had to update my notes. All right, let's take a look at our open interest for this week. Open interest this week for calls. Highest amount of volume is at a $6 strike. That's down from 15. There's currently 31.2 thousand contracts. That's right on top of max pain. And then on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. That's down $0.50 from last week's highest amount of open interest. And there's 14.2 thousand contracts. Give me just a second. We'll move a couple of screens around here and we can take a look at the rest of the data. Alrighty. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently on the run up. We've got $6.09 is where we're at currently. We did break out of a very short trend. It was only partial part of the day trend, a descending parallel channel. Traded out up on that and then kind of came back down and consolidated for the most of the day going into the close of last Friday. You can tell that this drive right here was the drive that probably caused Ape to trigger SSR right here. And then ever since then, we've been on the rise. We do have a level of resistance, a couple different levels of resistance that are coming up in here. Anywhere from $6.30 all the way up to about $6.84. So lots of levels of resistance coming up into the $6 and beyond range. Looks like there was a fair amount of volume that spiked up in the end of the trading last Friday, very end of the day. Lots of buying pressure. Let's see what we got going on here with these numbers. Vortex reporting 18.96% short share interest of the free float. There's your utilization for 100 and what did I say? Or no, 218 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Zoom in here just a tad bit. Take a look at the on loan amount, what it was doing day over day, increasing from 171.49 to 172.87. So we got about a 1.4 million share increase on shares on loan. That's going to probably be around like 670,000 shares in new short interest, but let's check it and verify. Oops, that's the wrong one. It went up from 18.87 to 18.96, so 0.0009 times the float. 460. Wait, I said 600. I can't math. I meant 460. I said 640 and I got the number. I did the numbers backwards because I'm just a doofus. 464,000 shares in new short interest. And let's see here. On loan average age per day with only 1.4 million shares, new shares going on loan. I don't know if that's going to be enough to decrease this value, so it might still be heading upwards. It's slightly heading up. It went from 75.51 to 75.73. So it's still heading up. Not enough to. I don't know if that's enough for me to really say that's a bottom yet on that. We'll have to see what tomorrow's data looks like. If tomorrow's significantly higher than where it is today, then I'll probably go ahead and call it a bottom. And then we can add 15 trading days to December 15th. And I would suggest that there's going to be a price rise somewhere between now the 15th and whatever date that would be. Taking a look at security lending volume, day over day on Friday went from 6.78 million to 6.08 million. Small decrease. Taking a look at Ape, short share interest of the free float at 6.61%. Let's take a look at that on loan amount day over day. Zoom in on this just a tad. Increasing from 23.47 to 23.65. So just about almost 200,000 in shares in new short interest. I'm just going to write it down for 200,000. It's close enough. On loan average age per day, still heading up. Estimated short share interest of the free float went from 6.6 to 6.61, very slight increase. Security lending volume also back up again from 1.42 to 3.05. Final amount of orders going through Fidelity. This is the full day's worth of numbers, as you can tell by the amount of orders that are showing up on here. I'm just looking for AMC, Ape, and GME. GME is the first one on the list here with an amazing 87% buy to 13% sell ratio, looking very strong. AMC is also in the top 30 list with a 78% buy to 22% sell list or buy sell ratio. Looking very, very good on both of those. Ape did not make the list due to very low volume on Friday. SSR's trigger price is at $4.78 for the day today. Ape's at 6.567 or 0.6567. There are no shares available to borrow, and there has not been any since December 18th at midnight. be interesting to see where they're going to get shares from. The only way they can really get shares at this point is going to be to return short or close short interest and then be able to borrow some shares again. However, out of the ETFs, they have borrowed 50,000 shares. I think I'm going to let Bruno out here in a minute. There's 125.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 3.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 25.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 19.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Do note that options are drying up for the last week of this month and the first 2 weeks of January. I'm hoping we don't see a whole lot of action there. More than likely, the price will only be controlled to try and make the most of those fill as possible. So we'll see what happens. Quite a few out of the money calls right now, sitting at the end of January, 120, 407,000 contracts. Futures on the market are showing up anywhere from about a quarter to almost a 0.5%. The VIX is currently showing down 1.14 for the futures. So it's looking like a positive open this morning. Rest of the world, kind of mixed numbers. Asia had a lot of Asian markets were pretty heftily down, anywhere from 0.5% to almost 2%. European markets were up about half to 0.75%. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. U.S. dollar this morning. Where is it at? Currently at 104.56. It's kind of stalled out a little bit here. I do have a breakout potential on a descending parallel channel here coming up in just a few more days on the 21st. Seems to be the 21st. Seems to be a potential day where the U.S. dollar could break out going north. If that is the case, we'll tend to see the market heading down by the 21st, which is approximately what, Wednesday? Yep, Wednesday. In the pre-market, SPY is up 0.38. Oil is up 1.92 in the pre-market, and Tesla is up 3.1 in the pre-market. Amazon up 0.59. Cinemark up or down rather 0.46. Doge down 1.38. Bitcoin is down 0.01 at 16.7 a coin. It's under 17K again. GME is up 0.1. HYMC up 0.56. Hood up 0.58. CS down 0.65. NCMI down 4.55. Ape is up 1.01 and AMC is breaking even. Looks like there's going to be some need for some shares here to trade because it's got, you can tell there's no liquidity. It's got those rabbit pellets. Let's see here. Inflow versus outflow from Friday. $4 million more inflow than outflow. Volume this morning so far on AMC is 15,000 shares traded so far. Very, very low volume today. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.68, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.77, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. Ape has approximately $1.3 million more inflow than outflow. 14,000 shares having been traded so far this morning. That is very low volume. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.92, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.92, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.94, which is just about average. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto. On a 1 hour time interval, the lagging line is below price line. Price is below conversion and base. We have a thinning portion of the cloud starting today and tomorrow. In order to get above the cloud for the day today, we would have to see price rise above 86 cents a share. Let me write down these numbers. So the big strong push point for the day today is going to be 86. That would turn this into a really strong buy. On the 4 hour chart, lagging line below price line, conversion below base. Thinning portion of the cloud, really thinning portion of the cloud happening in the later half of this week. We're still kind of at a thicker portion right now, not as thick as it has been. So, push point through here would for today would end up being around $1. $1 would be another strong buying point. Taking a look at AMC. Lagging line is below price line, conversion below base. Price is below the cloud. We have a thinning portion of the cloud, really thin portion of the cloud starting tomorrow. If price were to rise up to say about $5.63, which is only about 30 cents higher than where it's at right now, by the end of the day, and then traded sideways, it would be above the cloud and turn AMC into a big buying signal going into Monday. Or Tuesday, rather. Sorry. Leading B line is showing 603 for high level of pressure, buying pressure for the day today. So I'm going to write 603 down. Let's just put 605. Round it up a little. That would turn it into a big buying pressure for AMC. On a 4 hour chart, lagging below price, conversion below base. We're kind of getting to a thicker portion of the cloud here. Price does usually like to rise through the thin portions of the cloud. It doesn't mean that it can't rise through the thick portion, but what tends to end up happening if price does make it into a thicker portion of the cloud is it'll stall out for a while and may have the chance of trading back downwards before actually breaking through the cloud. So in order for us, we would need to see a breakthrough probably within the next day or two. And the top of this cloud here is going to be at 738. I'm just going to put 740. And I don't have, on Ortex, I don't have my signal yet for that big buying pressure to come in. So we may actually not be trading into those price ranges this week. We may be looking for the thinning portion of the red cloud later in the week. So I would imagine that we probably won't see too much higher than 6. They're probably going to try and close us out at 6 or slightly below before the end of the week's over. See what our pokey stick. Man, I'm ahead of schedule today. Pokey stick of volume coming in here at 5 more minutes. Did I miss something? I feel like maybe I missed something. Give me 1 second here. Well, Ape hasn't traded a single share since gosh, for almost four. What are we on? 30 minutes? 30 minutes now. Ape has not traded a single share in 30 minutes. And AMC is it is still trading right now. Keto, I got you down 539 to 839. Danny enjoyed the soccer game this weekend. I heard a little bit about it. Congratulations. Well, it was Portugal that won, correct? I can't remember who won. Who won? It wasn't Argentina. Sorry. I think I said Portugal because I saw Jay's name pop up on there. Sorry. And you can tell how much I was watching. Argentina, sorry. Let's see here. Man, Jit, my Avatar experience was excellent. I really enjoyed the movie. I thought it was awesome. There was a couple times in the movie where I kind of, it was, it's, I don't want to say that they're jump scares, but there are a few spots in there where they try to get the audience to jump a little bit, and but they're very predictable, and I knew it was coming, but I still jumped anyways. Joe says it was the greatest soccer game ever played. I'm gonna have to go check it out. Maybe I should go watch it. I was watching Kansas City. Kansas City's game was a nail biter, so and that's my team, so I was busy watching that. I've been hearing people saying that we fell short of the box office estimates, which I find kind of interesting. I'm gonna have to. Good old boy says I've heard they took the sell button away on Friday on a stock. Do you know if this is true? It's possible. I don't know which one it is that you're talking about, good old boys, but I I don't know. Pokey stick coming in here. Let's check it out and see what we got. Got about 17,000 shares coming through on AMC. That adds to the 16 or 17,000 shares that were already there. It's actually it's still increasing. 20,000 shares. So we had about 18,000 shares going into the Pokey Stick. We got 20,000 out of it. So that's a doubling of the Pokey Stick. That's what we used to see a long time ago, but it's very low volume. There's no way for me to predict more than 10 to 30 million shares traded on AMC for the day today. So it's going to be another low volume day on Ape. Pokey Stick of volume coming in at 30,000 shares with 14,000 shares going into it, putting us at 44.5. I can't guess more than 5 to 25. It's going to be low volume days on both AMC and Ape today. Very low volume. Yeah, just gonna remove that, Tammy. I'm not interested. So one thing I will say this. One thing that I'll say about some of those, I'm gonna remove all those. But one thing you need to remember is that there's tons and tons of pump and dumps, guys, and that's why I don't talk about them. There's tons of pump and dumps out there, and all you have to do is look up information to find out what's going on with them to understand why it is what they're doing and why they're doing it. So it's everything that's been happening over like the last couple few weeks, actually for this entire last year, has been attempts to get people to try and move their money into positions to where they can easily get trapped into a situation to where because you don't know what the rules are for trading that you get trapped into a position where your money's no good anymore. So I'm telling you guys, the traps are out there. They're being laid. And because you guys don't understand the rules on how trading goes with your brokers, what they do and what they don't accept or allow, terms of conditions that you have as limitations as an investor, you think that you should just be able to trade whatever you want, whenever you want, anytime you want. And that's not the case. And so these pump and dumps on certain stocks to try and get you to sucker you in to do something stupid is happening constantly. And it's just because you guys don't know the rules. And every single one of those times, people go like, "Well, this could happen to AMC," and it's like, no, it can't. You just don't understand that there's certain things that are happening with these stocks that are different than AMC and has no bearing whatsoever on anything it is that we're doing, but they're creating this panic and fear within the marketplace, because people are losing money on these plays, and it's like you guys got to smarten up. You're gonna have to smarten up at some point and realize that there are pump and dumps out there that are happening all over the place, and they're getting away with just raping people of money. They're just raping retail left and right, every place they can. Mr. Finance says how to spot a pump and dump definitively, something that's rising in price out of for no reason whatsoever. Or there is a reason that it's running, and it doesn't make any sense why it's running the way that it is. Anytime you have a reverse split in a stock, guys, and I mentioned this on Friday, I said you're seeing the dying breath of a company. A reverse split is not the sign of a company who's doing well. A reverse split is the dying breath of a company that's not doing well at all. And anytime there's announcements like that or reverse splits, it's a mad rush for institutions to try and get out of it. And so what do? They create a pump and then they dump on everybody. They turn a whole bunch of retail into bag holders so that institutions can get out of their positions. So you see volume drive up, and you might see price rise really quickly, but then they sell. They jump out of those stocks before you can, and then they force you into position of holding the bags. So I'm telling you guys, like you just gotta, if you want to know if there's a price that's rising on a stock suddenly, and there's no definitive reason for why it's happening. I mean, it's your money, it's your hard-earned money, and it's your choice, and you could make some money on it, but you're gonna have to be one of the first people out. And really, what a lot of these end up turning into is retail screwing retail. Retail screwing retail, and retail becoming bag holders. So you can go play it if you want to. It's your choice. It's your money. It's your choice. But I'm telling you right now that the traps are being laid left and right. And you want to know how some of these institutions can still continue to afford to be able to do what it is that they do because they keep trapping people into these stupid plays. Okay, so thank you for looking that up, John. So the estimated numbers for Avatar 2 was 175 million and it came in at 134. Interesting. Uh, 134, but the weekend's not really. I mean, they couldn't have calculated the numbers out all the way yet. I mean, wouldn't we need to wait for the numbers for today to see what the final box office week? I mean, normally box office weekend results don't come out until Monday mid-morning to afternoon. So it's kind of surprising that they're calling it short already. I guess they're suggesting that the projected amount's not going to be higher than 175, even at 134, because 134 starts from what is it, Friday or is it Thursday? Oops, man. So 134 divided by 3 days is 44.6 million averaging. If you add in the 44.6 average to the final day, it would be 178. So we should be able to beat the estimates, but it sounds to me like the media is calling. I wouldn't be surprised, John, if the media is calling it not beating estimates early because they want maybe they don't want it to do well. Not the media specifically, but those who control the media. Okay, so their projected amounts at 134. Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right, now I got two different people. I got John saying they don't include Sunday's numbers, but Tech is saying yeah, they do include Sunday. I guess we'll see. We'll see what it turns out to. Oh, what's not possible, John? See, is that an estimate? Is that an estimate for Sunday, including Sunday, or yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know. It sounds like to me like the media is trying to release numbers before they're throwing out numbers and then saying it's not being estimates before they actually get the numbers. So was it 135 on Sunday for those first 3 days, or was it 135 estimated for the weekend? And then also, Adam Aaron had put out, and I think we kind of did this math. I think remember how he put out there's 10. What did he say? 10,000 seats or 10,000 showings between now and the end of next week. 10,000 showings, and we'd done the math, and it comes out to about 100 seats per movie. So we said 10,000 showings times or divided by the. Let me go back to his tweet and see his tweet so I can do the math right here. I don't want to get it wrong. 1 second while I pull him up. All right, so 10 million seats. 100,000 showings. All right, here we go. So 100,000 showings, and what it basically came out to was 100 seats. So we're gonna say we're gonna say that maybe they sell out like 3/4 of the seats out of 100,000 showings between the beginning of showing to the end of New Year's Day, and so we're gonna say 10 million. Actually, let's just do 10 million. And then I think we projected 975 a seat. Yeah. So if box office sales are showing 135 and the total amount that AMC has is 97.5 million, then that I wonder how much of that actually sounds kind of about right compared to what how much of the market AMC owns. But that almost sounds like sold out. Man, those numbers seem really, really, really high to me. Because even if I project that 100% of the seats are sold, the most AMC can make at an average price of 975 a seat is 97.5 million. But or did I not do 10 million? Hold on a second. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Those numbers seem awfully high, considering that's how many seats that we had available. We only had 10 million seats between the beginning of this last week to the end of this year. That's how many seats were supposed to be available for sale was 10 million seats. But that is just domestic though, so maybe that's the reason why it's so much different. No, I know, John, but we already looked it up before. The average domestic price for a movie theater seat is 975 or something like that. It was nine something. I can't remember if it was 925 or 975, so I just put 975. And I know it sounds low, but you have to realize that there are discounted seats throughout the day on different showings. So Mr. Finance says I couldn't get a ticket for this weekend for Avatar this weekend. All sold out around me. Yeah, I'm glad we got ours when we did because, oh, and by the way, there was only, we went to a showing that was really early on in the day, and so I understand why the movie theater was kind of empty, because I looked at the rest of the movie showing times and it wasn't the case, but because we went to an early showing before everybody got out of work on a Friday, we were able to see it with bare minimum amount of people in the movie theater. I don't think very many people got that opportunity. Island of Dr. Moreau says projects 145 to 175 on high end. We did good after numbers come out today. I think be around 145, 155. Media is BS. Brian says the 134 was published at 8:53 a.m. Sunday morning, which means it wouldn't have had any numbers. Yeah, so basically the media is just trying to come out with like basically anti Avatar 2 media to try and prevent the numbers from Sunday being higher, trying to get people less encouraged to go see it. Tech We Love says Avatar holds record for sixth weekend and seventh weekend for domestic revenue. So Avatar is and will always be a marathon movie showing. Avatar will stay in the theaters for as long as they can show it. I'm Einstein, thank you. 508 to 808. I'm I don't normally go watch movies twice. Um and I started to watch I started reading a news article about Avatar, and we didn't stick around for all the movie credits afterwards. And I thought, I don't know if they're gonna have like any scenes at the very end, and maybe I should wait for it and see. And apparently James Cameron didn't decided to not put any extra scenes in at the end, so I'm glad we didn't miss anything. But did you guys, man, I don't know about you. I was really happy to see another Indiana Jones movie. I don't know how I really feel about it specifically because I mean, he's kind of getting older now and not moving like he used to. So I don't know how I feel about this, but one of the things that I kind of thought was cool was there was a movie quote. Indiana Jones was talking in the trailer about all the things that he's seen from aliens to this, that, and the other, and he says I don't remember the exact quote, but he says something to the effect of like, "It's not so much what you believe, it's how hard you believe it." And I was like, oh man, I really can't wait to see Indiana Jones. It's funny. It's good. It's got him portrayed as an older gentleman, and I don't know how. It doesn't look like they're gonna put what's his face in it, young Indy. I hope they don't because I really just didn't. I'm not a huge fan of. I can't think of his name. Transformers kid. Oh, gosh, I can't think of his name right now, but uh, shoot, what's his name? Anyways, it doesn't look like he's in it. I didn't see him in there, so I don't think he's gonna be in there. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see here. Roaster guy says saw Avatar 3D yesterday with the family. Wow, what a great movie. Island of Dr. Moreau says I heard Europe's numbers were 300 million. Wow. Oh, Ketten says that's global. I don't know. All I can say, Sammy Boy, is when I saw that preview for Indiana Jones, I was just going like, man, Shiloh Buff. Thank you. I couldn't think of his name. All right, I'm gonna take a break, guys. I know I'm leaving a little bit earlier than normal, but I'm gonna go do some dishes real quick here, and I will see you guys 15 minutes before market opens. Oh, hey, grab the wrong thing. There we go. Also, let me just check something real quick here. I want to see if they returned any short interest here real fast to get some available shares to borrow. Nope, they didn't. Okay, I was just kind of curious if they did that or not for the pokey stick, but no shares having been returned. Interesting to see. Primal Ape, I got you down 448 to 748. Alrighty, guys. We'll see you back 15 minutes before market open. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. Had that little push down to $5 there in the pre-market on AMC. Rose back up to 526. It was a quick temporary test of that $5 range. So I just ran that through synthetic price failure to see where that puts us at. That's at 45.4% decrease in price. Let me go back through the history here and see where that compares. Earlier, I did come back to save a lot of my Excel spreadsheets because I've got this thunderstorm rolling through and I didn't want to have a loss of data. 45. I'm looking for historical 45% drops that we've had from the past. There's none that really stick out. There is one that we had in January of this year. There was a 45.6% drop where we went from 2617 down to 1423. Let's see here. So this particular drop is very similar to that one. $77. Yeah, we might see it. We might see a little bit more downwards pressure, but not too much from that, I don't think. So, in terms of a price prediction for the day-to-day for me, I think. Let's see here. I'm gonna go 550, and then this is kind of getting a little risky here for me, but I'm gonna go 550 to 850. Maybe I should give myself a little bit of breathing room. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna go 525 to 825. I do note, guys, that the last time when before AMC ripped up to the new June highs of last year, one of the bottom prices that we dropped to was about $5. So we're getting really close to that kind of that point to where I think that we may be kind of nearing again for kind of like a critical limit kind of point to where there's going to be too much volume at those kind of prices to hold price there, I think. So I tend to think that you're going to see somewhat of a bounce off of that $5 range. Good morning. Have you talked about Adam Aaron selling some Ape at 120? Mitch, are we talking about back on the September, I think it was September the 20th? Is that what you're talking about? I have not seen the new Adam Aaron tweet. Let me just go back up here and check it out. Some Wall Streeters play such shameful games with AMC. Leak to the press AMC liquidity fear. Their FUD spreading is not illegal, but it is evil and irresponsible. Challenges ahead still, but we announced today that having apes let us raise 162 million of new cash in the past 90 days. So it looks like they did sell off some more shares then. Also, 42 minutes ago, he posted, so grateful to James Cameron for the brilliance as we return to Pandora. This new Avatar is the highest grossing opening for a Cameron film, who gave us Avatar, Titanic, Aliens, True Lies, Terminator 1 and 2. AMC revenues soared above pre-pandemic 2019. Is that is that for real? Wait a minute. AMC revenues soared above pre-pandemic 2019. Man, I hope that's the case. $162 million of new cash in the past 90 days. So I'm gonna have to pull up. I feel I feel like there was. I know there was one day, September. I think it was September 20th, that I mentioned to you guys that there were some shares that were sold, and then there was a secondary time where I suggested that there was some shares sold, but it would have been very, very few. So the first time I suggested it was somewhere between 10 and 15 million, and it ended up being 14.9. The second time, it would have been even less than that. It would have been probably in the range of like maybe 5 million shares or so. And I'd have to go back and take a look to see what the exact day was, but another 100 million sold. Silver Server says SEC doesn't read this channel. Send it in comments. Yep, I agree. Balarkey says, oh shit, I just figured it out. What'd you figure out? If there was 162 million, hold on a second. Let me just do the numbers real quick. What was it? 14.9. No, that would only be 17 dollar or 17 million off the 14.9. But they were selling more shares along the way at a higher price. I'll have to take a look at the filings and see what the filings say, because I haven't seen any SEC filings, but it could be. I got 3 email notifications here already, so I don't know. We'll have to see if there's a filing at all. Yeah, Bert, I'll put I'll give you access to that. He says in tweet, through the sale of 123.2 million Ape. Hold on a second. Where did he put that? I don't see that in the tweet. He says in tweet through the sale of 123.2 million, and I'm not seeing that in the tweet here. Hold on a minute. Why am I not seeing this? Is there a secondary tweet to that? Does he have like a backup message? I don't see anything. "39 minutes ago." I'm looking at it and I just don't see it. And for some reason, it's not showing up on my. I see 17 minutes ago and I see 49 minutes ago, but I don't have a tweet from 39 minutes ago. So let me refresh this and see if it pops up. Well, it's time to get the market started opening. So I'll look at it some more at the end, but I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and as. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve will find me where the love light gleams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. I'll be home for Christmas. Wreaths are on the doors. People sing and sleigh bells ring. There's candy in every store. Christmas lights are shining, casting colored beams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. Christmas Eve will find me where the love light gleams. I'll be home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. If only in my dreams.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. So the title for the day today, Avatar 2, is amazing. It was absolutely awesome. I don't know if you guys had a chance. I'm not going to say anything about it at all because I don't want to ruin it. I will say two things though. The two things that really kind of stuck out in my mind is that one of the girls in the family here, Savvy, she's a freshman in high school, and I don't think I've ever seen her cry in a movie before. And we got out of the movie, and like one of the first things she says is, "I cried." And it got me laughing so funny. It was just kind of one of those things where it was like, oh man, that's hilarious. I've never seen her cry. I ain't gonna lie, I had moisture around my eyes a little bit, and maybe I was sweating from the eyeballs a little myself. But man, I'll tell you what, it was a great movie. The other part is. Um, I jumped a few times. There's a few excuse me, there's a few spots where there was some jump scares, and you know they're coming. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like you can feel it coming, and it's just like I was like, oh, here it comes, and I couldn't help myself, still jumped anyways. Um, but yeah, so oh, you guys are Bulake says I saw Violent Night was good. I haven't seen that one yet. That's going to be on the next one on my list. I really want to go see that with my wife. So guys, you don't have to silence anybody for their, let me see what was that Down We Go got silenced for here. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, you don't need to silence that. It's just people are frustrated, and I understand. You guys got to realize that that was the whole point of Ape from the get-go. The whole idea of Ape in the first place was to be used for dilution. So Uh, you know, this is not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. We all knew that dilution was going to be the key objective for Ape. Now, whether or not this is what you thought was going to be the ideal way to dilute into Ape, I personally don't think this is a great price point to be diluting at either. But for whatever reason or another, Adam Aarons decided to dilute additional amounts of money in there. um, I hope he doesn't do any more, but it's up to him. It's his choice. He's gonna do what he's gonna do. But that was the whole point in doing having it separate, having Ape separate from AMC, so it doesn't affect the amount of short interest that's open. Right. The last thing you want to do is start having giving the ability for short positions to be able to close their positions at these prices. So he can dilute all he wants to into that, and it doesn't help their positions any. It just simply drives that portion of our value down, which was it was less than, it was about one third of our total price. It was like 36 point, a little over a third, 36.5% of our total value. So, I really, it doesn't, it sucks, but it is what it is. He can't dilute during a squeeze. So I think I don't know about him being able to dilute during a squeeze, but I don't know necessarily that we would see. I think he could. I think he could sell shares if price was rising. Doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a squeeze. But I still only see two tweets. You guys are saying that there was a third tweet. I still only showed two tweets showing up right now. I've got the first tweet that I have is 1 hour ago saying it was from the so grateful to James Cameron tweet, and then the next one that I see is the he who laughs last laughs best. Neither one of those two shows any kind of amount of shares. It just shows prices. So I'm not sure why it's not showing up on my screen, but I've looked under tweets and tweets and replies, and I only see the two. Some of y'all are saying that you saw a third one. I don't know if he deleted it since. Since you guys saw it, maybe you should check again and see if he deleted it because I just don't see it. Okay, it's an SEC filing. All right, I haven't checked the SEC filings yet. Plague says wait, how old? Avatar 2 was phenomenal. My 9-year-old sat through it without making a fuss. You know, I thought for sure I was gonna have to go to the restroom, but like the whole movie was so intense that even after it got done, I didn't even feel like I needed to go. Casey, he sold shares at $50. I haven't even read the filing yet. All right, so let me go read the filing because let me see what you guys are saying here. Let me pull it up and see what we got going on. Give me just a second. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Regulation FD disclosure. On December 19th, AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated issued a press release provided the below business update for fourth quarter ending December 31st, 2022. A copy of the press release is furnished in Exhibit 99.1. Let's see here. The information in this item 7.01 disclosed as being, hey, 7.01, nice. Disclosure is being furnished. It's not 801, it's 701. Disclosure is being furnished and shall not be deemed filed for purposes of Section 18 of the Securities Exchange Act. Reading. Let's see. On December 19th, 2022, the company provided a business update for the fourth quarter ending December 31st. As is December 19th, 2022, since the inception of its Ape at the Market program, offering AMC strengthened its liquidity position by raising approximately $162.4 million of gross cash proceeds before fees and commissions through the sale of $125.9 million AMC preferred equity units during the fourth quarter of 2022 to date. During the fourth quarter of 2022 to date. AMC has raised approximately $153.2 million of gross cash proceeds before fees and commissions through the sale of $123.2 million AMC preferred equity units. So I think that's where the $1.20 comes in that people are talking about, because they're just simply taking the total amount of shares, because that seems like that'd be about right, or thereabouts. Let's see. Ooh, 125.9. 1.02. I don't know where people are getting 120 from, but I got 1.02. $1.02 a share. So during the fourth quarter of 2022, and that's combined, right? That's the average price combined, because we know he sold more of those shares previously. During the fourth quarter of 2022, AMC used a portion of the net proceeds from its ATM to repurchase approximately $30.7 million principal amount of its 10% second lien debt due 2026 at an average discount of approximately 60% and approximately $5.25 million principal amount of its 6.125 senior subordinated notes due 2027 at an average discount of 70%. Let's see here. I'm not reading all this. I'm just going to skim through it. So AMC's liquidity position as of December 31st is currently estimated to be between 725 and 825 million after debt repurchases and including 211.2 million of undrawn capacity under the company's revolving credit facility, subject to operating performance during the remainder of the holiday period of 2022 and the timing of landlord concessions. AMC is announcing the acquisition of 13-screen former ArcLight Cinemas theater located at the Hub on Causeway, the large-scale mixed-use development at North Station in Boston, Massachusetts. This theater is brand new, having opened in December 2019 and closed only 3 months later due to COVID-19. Then they got their typical forward-looking statements. We have the press release, exhibit number 99.1. And I think that's it. Let me see the press release. Okay. All right. So let's see. So what are you guys saying? That's not the combined price though, Jim. Remember to include the combined price. Big Tramp says the SPY is down and the VIX is down. I'm scared. Yeah, I'm so free 23 says we can, and I think this is an important thing to state right here. We can micromanage AMC all we want, but we need to understand that they are doing what they think is best for the company. We don't know all the moving pieces and what's going on. Have a little faith. I totally agree. You know, you guys can Monday morning quarterback this all you want to. The bottom line is that we knew that Ape was going to be used to dilute. So there's no new surprise here. Alex says, Casey, what happens if they can't continuously hit SSR or hit SSR continuously? Then there's going to be a massive need for liquidity, and they'll probably run into problems. Their job is to retain shareholder value. The company doesn't matter. No, their main job, Jim, is to stay in business. Their main job is to stay in business right now. The shareholder value will come if they stay profitable and if they continue to keep themselves in working. That's really the main job. Nope, he didn't screw us. He did exactly like he said he was going to do. Okay, well, you guys are entitled to your opinion, that's for sure. Well, they did dump some at higher prices, like. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people in here right now who are Monday morning quarterbacking, thinking that they know what's best. But the problem is that you guys aren't in the situation the AMC's in. You're not in their shoes. You have no idea what it is that they're dealing with, and so you got to kind of take a step back and say like, okay, well, what is it that they're facing, and how are they looking at things, and how are they trying to? I mean, sucking up 13 new movie, was it 13? I think. Let me go back and reread this real quick. I think it was 13 new screens. Yeah, 13 new screens. So taking in more screens that can earn them more money is it's going to help them out in the long run. There may not have been the ability to be able to dilute as easily at $4 as there is now. Now they have to. Now that they're at that point to where they kind of have to. They're trying to get more buying pressure to come in to eat up those shares. KCDC spring up from here after 100% retracement. I kind of tend to do. Yeah, Blarkey, I'll check my DMs on my break. Well, Scott, I don't think people are asking questions. I think people are making statements. Nobody's asking questions. People are asking statements. And Adam Aaron's basically sitting there saying, you know, this is the way to success. This is his way of he sees success in doing what it is that he's doing. Well, the delayed noise, how do you short a stock with no option chain? So the idea of shorting a stock is just simply borrowing a share and selling it for a cheaper price. And then, or selling it at a price and then buying it cheaper. I said it backwards. It's basically borrowing a share, selling it, and then buying it back at a cheaper price. That's all a short is. You don't have to have an options chain for that. Stock Wiz, I have a closing price somewhere between 525 and 825 combined. Hold on a second here. I got to write down a message real quick here. I got Eric's price prediction in. I got to write it down real fast. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, I mean, but Skinnies, we all are in the same position as you. A lot of us have thousands and thousands of dollars in this, so you're not the only one. Steven says, Casey, Elon Musk created the strategy. Adam Aaron is following it. No one complained when Elon splits and dilutes over and over. Yeah, I know. One of the things that I posted in the tweets that I had over the weekend was that Indiana Jones tweet that I had posted from the quotes from the previews, and I'll just read it again here. But it's not so much what you believe; it's how hard you believe it. And one of the things I was kind of thinking about when I heard that quote was is that the people who follow Tesla were following it. I mean, when you talk about an investor for Tesla, they're diehard, just absolute. I mean, I'd never seen investors for a company before like I saw them for Tesla, and you're absolutely right. You know, Elon absolutely had this idea that if he were to sell shares into the market and dilute into it, that there is a chance that he would be able to eventually cause force buying and not have to have it come from retail investors selling into the marketplace, and it would cause upwards price momentum. So, and if you go back and you take a look at the plan that Elon took, you can see that it worked really well for him. Scott, we don't need any kind of explanations. If he thinks it's the right thing to do, then that's his choice. Splinter says, Casey, I do not envy you on mornings like this. Well, it's funny because we've been a part of this play for so long, and people just want to freak out because they want to panic, and that's fine. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. You're either gonna grow some diamond balls and hold and suck it up, or you're gonna and know that we've been through all of this before, or you're gonna sell, and that's gonna be your choice and your choice alone. There's nothing I can say or do that's gonna change what it is that you're going to do. Uh, but it's up to you. Billy says, could there be a reason Adam Aaron said that Ape made 162 million in the past 90 days? August 22nd was more than 90 days ago. Yeah, I'm thinking that he's basically stating that that's the period of time that they've sold that many shares. So I think if you want a good idea on how many shares that they've sold into the marketplace since then, and I suggested to you guys that they had sold some additional shares, but I would have never guessed it was in the range of 160 something odd million shares. People usually run from torches and pitchforks, so we appreciate you. Well, I mean, this is more of a thing where you guys got to kind of keep your heads on your shoulders. You know what I'm saying? Like we all do. We all got to keep our heads on our shoulders and realize that this is a press release right here, right? And it's already happened. It's not that it just happened today. You got to realize this is stuff that's already been happening. So, if you wanna complain and stuff like that, why weren't you complaining like this 90 days ago? And some people have been. I mean, legitimately, some people have been complaining over the last 90 days, but now it's like you get the press release and it's like we've been, you knew that dilution was coming. The great thing about it is that it's not impacting the amount of short interest that is out there, right? That was the most key thing and crucial thing about Ape was is that we needed to make sure that as they knock the price down, that they're not able to close their positions, that they're only able to buy. And oh man, I just saw the order book do something funky on Ape. That was weird. That was really really weird. So you know that this is a good thing. You know that dilution occurring on Ape is not bad. It's way better than having. Think about what would happen right now if we had dilution occurring on AMC at these kind of prices. They would be able to close out a lot of their short positions, and then we would be stuck with a situation where uh, all these hedge funds would be off the hook for the positions that they hold that cause them problems. So this is actually I'm not thrilled with the idea that he's only getting $1.02 on average per share, but it's way better than having short positions getting out of their position. So he's collecting money right now for the company to keep the company alive and profitable and being able to purchase movie theaters as they're going bankrupt. This is all good stuff, but people only want to see it as losing positions because You just want to be angry about something because you're seeing negative dollar signs. And I understand that. I get it. You want to blame something and you want to be angry about something. That's fine. Be angry at it if you want to, but it's not going to help your position any. Deborah says, just average down. It's not rocket science. Deborah, thank you. Legitimately though, I will say this though, Deborah, is that not everybody has the ability to be able to average down. I mean, that it is such a great statement that you just made. That's the conclusion that I came to last year when I averaged down on this as well. I was like, you know what? I'm doubling down on this. This is so cheap right now that it's half the price of what it was that I originally spent on it. I'm doubling down. So, and that's what I did. And it's what a lot of people I think started doing. And then you started seeing price ripping thereafter. Michael Roberts says, what you're saying reminds me of a saying my dad used to say, and if the queen had balls, she would be king. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily good. Well, every single loaned out share on Ape is short interest. Believe it or not, that there is short interest on Ape. There actually is short interest on Ape. Actually, let's take a look at the numbers and see where we're at, and see we'll see it. But there is absolutely short interest on Ape. But it doesn't really matter though because we've seen over the last week or so, we've seen them close out some of that short interest, but not all of it. So let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on here. Let me refresh this. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me just 1 second while I move a couple different pages around. And log into my account. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you may want to get it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do set that up, set up a secondary device that can receive the code in case something happens to the primary, and you can still get into your account. Let's move over some screens here. All right, let's take a look at it. Starting with the top left-hand side, Eric was, oh, hey, I lost one of my screens here. Hold on a second. Give me just a second while I fix this really fast. There we go. All right, starting at the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Eric was the final winner from last week. He got the extra additional point for price. Everybody got price predictions right every single day last week, so no big deal there. Just noticing. Oh, that's my screen in the background. So I saw the light in the corner back here behind my head, and I was like, "What is that?" So let's see here. Price prediction tally for the day today. I've got 525 to 825. Eric's got 5 to 8. Keto has 539 to 839, and Einstein has 508 to 808. And Apex has 448 to 748. Taking a look at short exempt volume, AMC was at 190.5, Ape at 73.5. Utilization's at 100%. Day number 200 and 18. 218 straight trading days of 100% utilization for AMC. Ape at 76.23, which is just slightly lower than the previous day. Day-over-day price increase. There was a decrease on AMC of 5.18% yet on Friday, and Ape was down 10.04. Ape did trigger SSR on Friday. Max pain for this week is $6. Let's take a look at off-exchange information. By this time of the morning, I would expect about 44% through off-exchange and EDGX to be about 10 to 11%. Off-exchange on AMC is currently 52.68 and EDGX at 14.83. The high volume on EDGX kind of suggests to me that there's perhaps maybe a lot of closing positions occurring because there does seem to be an elevated amount of volume this morning. The combined total between those exchanges is 67.51% when we should probably only be seeing about 54. So we're looking at about 13.5% more volume by this time of the morning than usual going through those exchanges. Taking a look at CHX, nothing unusual happening there on AMC. On Ape, 63.15 and EDGX at 5.43. Grand total between the two is 68.58%. That's about 14.5% higher than normal. What did I say? Oh, whatever. I may have. Let me go back to AMC real quick here. What did I say? How huh. What did I say? I don't remember what percentage or how much I said over, but it's 13.51. I think I might have said 14 on AMC. Anyways, GME CHX volume. The Thunder's getting really, really close. CHX volume is elevated on GME. Normally their 30-day average is 0.19%. Today they've got about 0.33. HYMC, nothing unusual to report in CHX volume there. Taking a look at institutional ownership was slightly down. 140.18 or I think it was 183, 140.183 million last week. It's now 140.171 million shares owned by institutions, so very small drop. Taking a look at options, highest amount of volume so far this morning. For the call options is at a $5 strike. Last week it was 5.5, so it's 50 cents down from where it was. Highest amount of volume is showing 10.1 thousand contracts at 5. Puts at a $5 strike as well, which is down 50 cents from last week, has 2.3 thousand contracts. So there's elevated amounts of calls occurring at a $5 strike. And let's see here. Combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.09. Don't forget to, oh, wait a minute, that's not updated. Hold on a second here. Why isn't this updating? That was earlier this morning. There we go. Current combined price between AMC and Ape is $5.11. We did hit a combined low of $4.97 before bouncing off of $4.97 and heading up to $5.11. Let me just kind of, oh no, this is just AMC. Sorry, that's not combined. But you guys are probably freaking out though. Every time I refresh this, I got to remember to add Ape to it. All right, here we go. Ape included is 582, so our low was 569 combined. Freaking people out more, Casey. Yeah, go Casey. $5.81 is our current combined price. I'm not going to draw anything out for this just yet because I'm not sure exactly where we're headed to. Let me actually kind of scroll back out here to like a 10-minute time interval just to kind of see if there's like some kind of pattern or trend that I can see here. So we do have a descending level of support that's kind of showing up right here on the bottom side of this last downtrend. Might actually go back further, but I'm not going to drop any further than where it's at. It almost looks like a descending broadening wedge the way that I've got it drawn out right now. Let's add this in here. If this were the case, we could potentially see price come back up and rise up to that touch point at the top up here at about combined price of 741. A likely bounce point would be off of a combined price of 554. Taking a look at the Ortex data. So far this morning, AMC is showing a borrow of 1.47 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 19.06%. Short interest is at 98.25 million shares right now. Cost to borrow is going to really start rising. There is not a whole lot of shares to borrow for AMC. We have cost to borrow min at 19.21, average is 29.44, max is 38.06. We should start to see cost to borrow really start rising as they don't have any shares available to borrow currently. Let's take a little bit closer look though at what some of these numbers look like or how they're reflected. Currently, our utilization, that's our 218 straight days of utilization being 100%. We're going to kind of drive in here just a little bit. On loan amount, day over day is increasing 1.4 million shares from 171.49 to 172.87. Let's see, estimated short share interest of the free float currently rising from 18.87 to 18.96. Based off of what Ortex is saying, about 464,000 of that 1.4 million in new loaned shares is going to be new short interest. And then we've got our security lending volume slightly down day over day from 6.78 million to 6.08 million. On loan average age per day, which is the one indicator that I look at to know when we've reached a bottom and when I can count like 15 business days to seeing price start running, is this hit a bottom and is starting to rise now. It went to 75.51 to 75.73. Now that's not very big of a change, but it is an increase. I need to see tomorrow be an increase on that number, which means we need to see some more, less loan shares today than what we saw probably on Friday, to continue to see that rising upwards. If it does, I'll start the countdown day from December 15th and say that it's within 15 trading days of December 15th, which would put us towards the end of this month, going into the first week of January. Taking a look at Ape, this is where this is short interest. There is short interest here that I was talking about, Stephen. There is short interest on Ape, and as of right now, there's 1.85 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day on. Hold on a second. On Ape, that's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.74 million. Short interest is being reported at 34.76 million, but due to the fact that this is an estimate, not like it's not the real amount. The current reported amount of shares on loan is at 23.65. So that these numbers are lagging a little bit. You have to remember that. Cost of borrow min's at 5.84, average 5.84, and max is at 7.53. I don't know how the min and the average could be the same value, but whatever. Unless there was like one share loaned at 7.53%, which is possible. It's possible. Zooming in on this one as well, utilization driving kind of flat. It was a little bit down, 76.42 to 76.23 on utilization on Ape. On loan amount driving slightly upwards by about 200,000 shares from 23.47 to 23.65. Estimated short share interest of the free float also slightly moving upwards from 6.6 to 6.61. On loan average age per day still increasing. Security lending volume increasing as well from 1.42 million to 3.05. AMC is one of the top most heavily traded stocks as of right now, and we've got more selling than we have buying. We have a 29% buy to 71% sell ratio. So it looks like we've got, at least it's making it look like there's some selling going on right now. And boy, man, when that happens, when retail decides to sell off some of their shares, price is going to start rising. It's just typically how it goes. And that will help. And that will help to close out short interest as well. Anytime people start selling off their positions, that'll help to start closing short interest. So we'll probably see a little bit of short interest get closed out as the day continues on. I don't like seeing numbers like this, but I also know that they also hold buy orders. They hold buy orders purposefully until later on in the day. So this may be unbalanced right now simply due to the fact that it may be kind of like an error in reporting from the idea that they're holding on to buy orders. So we'll have to wait and see how the day continues on to see if it stays like that. Taking a look at GME, also on the list here with a 79% buy to 21% sell ratio. And Ape, where's Ape at? Ape is not on the list due to low volume. SSR triggers today at $4.78 for AMC. Ape triggers at 0.6567. Do note that Ape did trigger on Friday last week, so it is on for the day today on Ape. Shares available to borrow, zilch. Nada, nothing. They did borrow the ETFs earlier this morning, so we had about 50,000 shares borrowed so far for the day. There's approximately 125.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 3.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 25.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 19.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.67, Dow Jones is up 0.24, and S&P 500 is down 0.11. We currently have 3,883 decliners to 2,628 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. One of the things I had kind of mentioned before in the past, guys, is that we're going to lose people before this is all over, guaranteed. And unfortunately, the people that we end up losing before this is all over, then be the people that end up missing out. So it's bound to happen. I'm not scared of it. I know it's something I've been anticipating for a long time. I'm not really worried about it. There's going to be paper hands. Looking at the US dollar, it is currently down 0.07%. SPY is up 0.08. WTI or oil is down 2.09, and mortgage-backed securities are down about 0.57 to 0.6. The VIX is down 1.37 VB and VBR, which are two of the most highly held ETFs for AMC. VB is down 0.08 and VBR is up 0.26. Tesla is up 1.11, Amazon down 1.08, Cinemark down 7.29, Doge is down 1.87, Bitcoin's down 0.06, GME is down 1.63, HYMC is up 1.1, Hood is down 2.21, CS is down 1.14, NCMI is down 1.4, Ape is down 2.17, and AMC is down 3.86. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is approximately, let's see, about $1.8 million more outflow than inflow. with 8.87 million shares traded so far for the day today. So some heavy volume, heavier than what I anticipated. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. We are 52 minutes into trading, putting us on a pace for 66.67 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is higher volume than what I anticipated, but I have a feeling they'll drop the volume down here with as the day continues forward. I think the 10 to 30 million will probably be play. That should come into play. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.77, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.32, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.67, which is below average. Taking a look at Ape. On Ape, there's approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.1 million shares having been traded so far. After, let's see here, 53 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 22.8 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested 5 to 25 million. We'll probably hit that. On a 1 hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.01, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.39, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.2, which is below average. Ichimoto. On a 1 hour, the strong buy pressure points are going to be at 0.86 and $1, but 0.8. Oops, I'm on the wrong stock. Hold on Ape. It's going to be at 0.86, which is where the top of the cloud is for the day today. We're currently at 0.71, so we've got quite a ways to go to get there. We'd have to see some large buying pressure coming in here. On a 4 hour time interval, the thinner portion of the cloud starts later this week and would be around $1 for the big push point. On AMC, on a 1 hour time interval, we've got 605 would be the starting point for a big push. The thicker portion of the cloud is today. We have the thinning portion of the cloud starting tomorrow. But right now we're at $5.10. I don't see a big push coming until 605 or 740. Those are kind of the key 2 points to get above the cloud for today. On a 1 hour, it's at 605, and on the 4 hours, $7.40. And let me just make sure I've got my data put up here in the right spot. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Belarkey says, y'all just wait and see what he announces on Christmas. Who's this Casey character? Casey, can you say your thoughts on people that loan shares because it was sell or loan? I worry about people who loan out shares because I read they might not get returned. I dumb to all of it, still learning. So part of it, Crystal, if you're in a margin account, you might have problems in regards to that because you don't have control as to whether or not your shares are being lent or not. However, if you're in a regular cash account, which is part of the reason why I say no margin, but I know that there are people who had problems with margin accounts when GME ran last time. So that's why I kind of mentioned like it's not a great idea to be having your shares in there. In regards to whether or not you're loaning out your shares, that's everybody's choice or not to loan out their shares. I don't think, personally, in my opinion, it's how I feel. I don't want them to have more ammunition. So I'm not going to allow my shares to be lent out, but what everybody else does is up to them. Down we go says, is this the Santa or the Satan rally? Well, and and there were pictures this weekend of Elon at the soccer match, like feet away from Ken Griffin, and a lot of people are going like, what's going on here? Why is this? I'm telling you, these guys, they walk in circles, and it's hard not to just find people at the same locations during certain events. Crystal says brokers are constantly emailing us, asking us to loan and enticing us. I think it's dangerous as it doesn't help the squeeze. I personally don't think that. I mean, I just don't want to loan my shares. I don't think that they need more ammunition to try and short the price down, and it doesn't. It's going to make your broker more money than it makes you. There's no like I've seen some of these emails that you're talking about, Crystal, that have been sent to me, and let me tell you, when you look at what the cost to borrow is, and then you see how much it is that they're offering the people in the letters, you're getting crap. It's nothing. It's not even worth it. It like the brokers are making so much money off of your loan positions, especially on AMC and Ape, that it's not even worth it really. Yahoo just put a FUD piece out on Avatar. I can only imagine. Black Mold says, that's an interesting name. Haven't seen you here before. Huge announcement forthcoming. Adam Aaron digital trading card set for only 99 bucks. They make great Christmas gifts. Savvy says, I don't have diamond balls, but I do have diamond hands. Well, you just got to ball up your hands, Savvy, and then they're balls. Casey, they're walking together. You mean, are you talking about Elon and Ken? Stone says they're some of the richest people in the stadium. I assume they would put them in the same area. I mean, you can't help. Like when you got rich people that are all kind of like, you know, going to parties or, attending events or something like that. It's just like you say, they're going to put them in the same area, same location, same. I mean, it's just the circles are the circles, you know? It's like you may have somebody at work that you work with that you don't like very much, but you still hang out. You still go to a Christmas party, and they're there, the work Christmas party, and they're there. Well, that must mean you like that person because you're spending time at the Christmas party. It's like it doesn't. You can't really make those kind of draw those conclusions just because they're in the same location that they're okay with each other or that they. I don't know. It's just bad conclusions. Drawing conclusions that just don't make sense. Dr. Zeno, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I just want to go on the record, Dr. Zeno, that for the very first time ever, I didn't say idiot. Somebody else did. Jabib says, I haven't been approached by a broker to lend my shares. That might be kind of telling, Jabibs, a little bit. It might be a little telling. What it might say is that who your broker is may not give you a choice. I don't want to make any assumptions, and I don't want you to have to tell me who your broker is either. But I'm just saying that that might give you a clue as to whether or not they actually give you a choice as to whether your shares are loaned. Or they might even have it set up to where they just automatically loan and maybe you haven't turned it off. I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions, and I don't want you to feel like you need to give me any information to. Um, I just don't want you to feel like you need to give me any information. The Big Tramp says, Casey, I want to go to their parties. I know, right? Yeah, we already talked about it, Sam. A lot of people are bringing it up. We already got the big rush of hate going on this morning. Jabib says, Casey, I was thinking the same thing that there already are lending my shares. Like I said, Jabib's, it could give you it may give you some insight as to what's happening by the fact that you haven't been getting emails. And that should concern you a little bit, as a shareholder. And what you can do, Jabib's, is you can always contact your broker and find out. You can ask them, say, like, are my shares being loaned? Is there a way for me to make that not happen? You know, um, that's always acceptable. CPE says, Casey, here's my question for you, only because I think you will tell me. Why would anyone here or on another person's site care if some monetizes? I am not paying it, and so be it if someone is. Oh, um, why would anyone here or on any other person's site care if some monetizes? I don't know that anybody does necessarily. I don't I don't personally think that people go around going like, "Are you monetized?" I don't think anybody really cares. Yeah, I just go the extra mile, CP. I don't have to do what it is that I do, but part of it is too that I like playing music in the mornings. And if I did monetize, I wouldn't be able to continue to do that. But I think it's also important that if I tell you guys I'm going to do something, I need to stick to it. So, oh wait, I want to read that one. Papa Bob says, I called my broker and told them in person to stop. Good for you. Um, I'm not happy, Sam, that he sold the shares at a dollar on average, at $1.02, and it's just an average. Of course, some got sold at higher prices, some got sold at lower. But I'm not happy about it. But we knew this was coming, right? We knew Ape was for dilution. That's the whole point of what Ape is for in the first place. So you know, to get all our panties in a bundle and get upset about the idea that he's selling off shares dilution, that's his choice, man. If he thinks the way that he's doing it is going to in the long run help the company, then that was the whole point in creating Ape and giving us the ability to have double the amount of shares. Uh, it doesn't change anything for AMC. It changes nothing. The short interest is still held. and it's not going to get to go away at these kind of prices. They're not getting anything that's going to help them close out the massive amounts of short interest that are on AMC. So, regardless of whether or not I approve of how Adam Aaron's doing, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's an opinion. It doesn't change anything. It's just simply a method a means by which the company can make money. Well, not make money. That's probably the wrong term to use, but an equity offering generate a share. I mean a to raise money. That's what I can't come up with words. To raise money for the company. So and that's what the whole point of it was. And so that's what's happening. And I don't understand why nobody should be all up in arms over the fact that shares are being sold to or dilution is occurring. That was the plan from the get-go. Cashflow says Jabib's TD will send you a written correspondence stating they do not lend or borrow shares in a cash account. Just call and ask. I did. Yeah, there's going to be lots of people who are going to complain about it. I mean, people are just looking for an excuse to kind of vent steam. They're upset at price, no, at the numbers for the price. And everybody wants things to go differently. And but it is what it is. He's diluting the way that he thinks that he needs to dilute, and I don't know what. Maybe he needs the money in order to purchase theaters right now. Maybe the price of the theaters are too. He runs the risk of losing these theaters to competition, right? I mean, there are other theater chains out there like Cinemark who would probably love to pick up some of these theaters as well. I just divided out the total amount of shares by the amount of money that they said that they raised censored content. And I got $1.02. So I don't know. I don't know where the difference is coming from, but that's what I got. Yeah, no problem, Sam. Blake, thank you. I'll check it. Well, I'll check it right now, Blake. You seem like you really want me to get to it, so let me look right now. Hold on a second. Yeah, so Blarke saying Blake Blarke. He's saying he said AMC revenue soared above pre-pandemic 2019. They made 5.5 billion in 2019. Am I reading this correct, Casey? And he did say that. He absolutely did say that the AMC revenues soared above pre-pandemic 2019. I don't. I'm kind of curious. Like, I wouldn't have expected that to be the case because we've got a long ways to go to get to that value. Oh, oops. Sorry. Well, that's how I read it too. I mean, I read when I first read it too, and I saw that I was like, well, I'm curious to see what the numbers are. When we get there, we'll have to take a look and see because I'm not sure exactly um, I'm not sure how he's coming up with those numbers, but we'll find out. Down we go. I don't know. I don't know where the bottom is. We'll find out. I'm not worried about it though. Turtle says Avatar 2 was very good. I thought it was really good too. Censored content says the difference comes from me doing the math right. Probably. I have no idea how low we're going. Well, he may run the risk of upsetting investors, Nana, and unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. If he happens to upset people, and they decide to sell as a result of that, then that's their choice. But I mean, I know what it is that I hold. Apparently, those people who decide that they don't understand what it is that they're holding are going to leave, and it is what it is. There's nothing we can do to stop that. He used 5.5 movie titles. I'm gonna leave this here. Used 5.5 movie titles. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You're not wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the half? I think I see where you're going with this. There's no way that we made that kind of money though in on just this movie alone. I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna have to figure it out where we're going from here. Myself says have the shorts covered. No, so what the hell are we talking about? Casey question, but by them leaving, does that affect us in any way? So for a long time, and I don't know how to say that name because I feel like you've got your vowels and consonants in the wrong places. I guess it's Cal. I'm just gonna say Cal. I've been thinking for a long time that that a lot of times, um, and we saw this in the past. Do you remember when Lou said, everybody should sell and go chase this other stock, and then everybody sold, and then the price immediately ran up. Well, not I shouldn't say everybody, but a bunch of Lou followers sold, and then price started running up to $34.33. I don't know if you remember that or not, or maybe it was actually. Hold on a second, let me pull up my notes. I can't remember what the value was. Yeah, 34.33. That's what it was. It caused price to start running, and you probably be thinking in your head like, what in the world? How is that possible? Like, how could price start running when people sell shares? Well, it's kind of weird how that works out. They need shares really really bad to complete orders, and so when retail sells shares into the marketplace, oftentimes it creates this buying pressure because those it's called accumulation in Wyckoff theory, and it's when retail sells at the bottom, institutions buy, and then you start seeing price running, and then eventually at some point institutions start distributing. They sell into buying FOMO. So it's a cycle. You should go look it up. Wyckoff theory. It's a very commonly known cycle that occurs, and really what it comes from is all from retail selling. And we've actually even seen the marketplace itself say that, We need retail to sell. They want retail to sell because they don't feel like they can run the price until they start seeing selling activity. So it's kind of one of those things. But I've always stated that I don't think that we have to sell. That's not something that we have to do. We should get to do what we feel like we want to do and not be told what we have to do. And we'll see. Uh, it's not a loss left wing wacko until you sell. Black Mold says, regardless of any manipulations, market theory still rules. Ape will drop until the buyers deem it a good value. But Donkey Kong says Adam Air might have given us a great buying opportunity. Some choose to complain and some choose to buy more. You might be, Blarky, you might be right. I'll have to take a look at it some more during my break. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I'm way behind on questions here. Hold on. When shorts borrow and pay short interest, is that rate based on the price they borrowed at or the current price? It should be when they borrowed at, where they borrowed at. Somebody said, Rico, is that you? Believe it or not, I know it's a little something about Wyckoff theory. Ding ding dong dong, you haven't missed nothing. Same old thing. All right, I'll check out the video, Belarke. My computer is starting to make weird sounds. I'm a little worried about it. It's the weird part about it is that I run a solid state hard drive, and it sounds like the spinning up of a shoot, I can't think of what the non-solid state is called. Uh, the disk drives. Oh man, Sam says the Jewish cabal and the mafia run Wall Street. Casey, if that is true, what do we do if Kenny G has compromising pictures of Adam Aaron, i.e., Jeff Epstein? These guys play for keeps. I don't think that's what's going on here. That's pretty funny though. Casey, why are they still gambling that we're going to sell if they keep short? They have no choice. They really have no choice at all. They have to make the gamble because if you look at how much short interest was, I don't know if you maybe you weren't here for the whole play, ding ding dong dong, but the price of AMC was under was I think it was slightly under $2 at one point when they started opening up tons of short interest, and then price started moving upwards. And the problem is that there's been tons and tons of short interest that was opened up at those levels, and they've never been able to get back down to those levels again to close out that short interest. Now, they might be able to close that out, but at that point, when you get down to those kind of numbers, you're looking at bankrupting the company anyways. So really, what you're talking about here is they got caught with their hands in the cookie jar, and there's only two options for them. They either bankrupt this company, or they go bank, or they're going to end up going belly up in a payout. So they only have two options. There is no other third option unless there's like some kind of government step in where they try to negotiate some kind of deal or something like that because they don't want the whole market to blow up. So that's literally what we've come down to is it's either they bankrupt the company or we win, one of the two. But it's only because they put themselves in that situation in the first place. It's not on fire yet, ape named Roscoe. Oh man, the game this weekend, Tony. The game this week, the Chiefs game. Oh, I was when the kicker missed his field goal. I was like, dude, you've only missed four all season long. I'm like, what's the deal? Why is it gotta be now? The pressure got to him, and he had the distance. Curtis says, I don't see a way where they cover. They are completely in control and they have unlimited resources. Okay. And then why, if that were the case, then why did January and June happen last year? Is the NFL rigged? We've seen some things happen, haven't we? Deflate gate. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what though, some of the penalties being called in the closing fourth quarter of the Kansas City game sure made it feel rigged. That's for sure. Rosalie, probably not. I don't know. She's gonna be here this week, and we can talk to her and find out. But I don't know. Probably not. They have no other choice. Ding ding dong dong. That's why. If the government steps in, we will have turn woke before we get paid. Gus Gus has got his pitchfork going already. He's got torch. He's got his torch and pitchfork ready to go. The only game I saw was Kansas City. Down we go says it's rigged for sure. Some of this some of these penalties that they're calling right now on the quarterbacks, like the roughing the passer stuff, is really getting on my nerves. I mean, it's like it's so. I mean, there's times where like these guys aren't even really like landing on them, and they're getting called for it. And it's like, how do you take down a quarterback without hitting them? I mean, it's like they want them to just throw him to the ground or something, and not necessarily drive into him anymore. I don't know. It doesn't make it seem like these guys can actually even hit a quarterback anymore without getting some kind of penalty. And it's like they're taking away the whole rushing, the defensive rushing. it feels like the game's turning wrong. It's going wrong. They need to, I don't know. They need to change the rule or something. I didn't see any other game, Sam. What's the real price of AMC right now? Depends on what you mean by that. Stop, Siri. Go away. Uh, Belarke says, Casey, I'll just ask Adam Aaron Thursday. Do that. Go for it. Censored content says 10 yards for misgendering. League babies, quarterbacks to secure big scoring games takes away from the game. I just, yeah. I mean, I don't understand. Like the whole, I feel like sacking the quarterback is like, that's like one of the most, other than an interception, that's like the next most prestigious thing that you can do is to sack the quarterback. And it's like, you take that out of football, and it's just, I don't know. Dana, it just makes you, it just lets me know that you appreciate fine humor. You enjoy, obviously, the more fine, refined types of humor. Would you like some grape of wine? With your party humor. Hmm. Got to throw a little in there. RB says, I've been investing for a long time. I think we're missing the point. Since I invested in AMC, I am as a reopening play a couple years ago. I never learned so much about the market, and that's priceless. I mean, it really is priceless, but I mean, there's more to it than just that, though. I mean, there's a lot more going on here. Musical Companion says, just remind everyone the NFL has defined itself in court as a sports entertainment. This, what is this? Would you say this argued in court when the Jets fans sued the New England Patriots and the NFL for the Spygate years ago? Spygate? Oh, yeah, yeah, I think I remember that now. Well, Woodstock, I can understand that. That I can understand why you might feel that way after this. I love it when Casey says "Balarque." All right, Curtis, take care, man. Censor content says teabagging didn't start in video games. It's actually why they call it sacking the quarterback. I did not know that. Learn something new every day. Oh, whoa. Whoa, Donald Trump POTUS. Whoa. Whoa. Too far. Junito, congratulations on your new shares. Yeah, thank you, Nana, for doing that. Yeah, we can't have that kind of talk, Donald Trump POTUS. That's not cool. Actually, Ray, after this is over, I thought about a lot of different scenarios as well. And one of the ones that I entertained was dividends, dividend stocks, and I think the amount of money when you actually look at like if how much you think you can or how much you'd like to be able to make in a single year, in order to maybe perhaps like never touch your initial investment, and just live off of whatever you get from the dividends. I think it doesn't. It seems like a lot of money that you probably have to put in there, because you're probably going to spend some money on a few other things that are going to require you to kind of upkeep them. Perhaps maybe like a nicer house, or there's probably going to be some things where you're going to need some a good fair chunk of change. And I think the amount of money that you would have to invest into the marketplace in order to generate enough money to live off of, strictly off those dividends, I think is yeah. Jabib says millions. It's going to be quite a few million, and I don't know that you're going to necessarily be comfortable with that. Or I don't know that I was looking into it and I was going like I don't know if I'm going to be comfortable investing that much back into the marketplace, and I don't I don't know. It's For me it was a no. I feel like there's better. I feel there's way bigger money makers out there, in regards, because I feel like I can make money and not just get by, and a lot of that has to do with properties. Um, but I'm not necessarily wanting to be a landlord either. So, I would really kind of I would tend to lead you towards more of a of potential like property ownership of some sorts, and maybe even commercial property more than why can't I think residential property. But commercial property really is kind of where the big money is in property. Uh, so much more money to be made there. And you can really just sit back and just collect the money. You don't ever have to really do anything because they have to manage the property. There's very minor things that you have to do, uh, in relationship to taking care of it, and you can just basically just collect on that, and it starts making you money too because the valuation of the property that you're owning, is um, is going up, but also a write-off as well. So I think property is kind of a better. I think you can make way more money in property than you can in dividend stocks. But everybody's got their own plans, right? Like, I mean, if that's what you want to go for, try it out. Try it out for a little while. Maybe you could start right now, Ray. Start right now. Pretend like you've got like $1 million. Throw $1 million into a couple different dividend stocks and see how much you walk away with $1 million after a quarter. Just paper trade it, and see if it's something that you could live off of. See if it's not something that can make you money and not just be something you live off of. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers, Turtle. So let's do it. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Down we go. Says commercial property, great idea. Hope we get to buy some soon. I have a feeling, and I wouldn't worry about this too much, but I have a feeling down we go that there's going to be a dropout in that commercial property value, and there's going to be a lot of it to be picked up in the future. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. We'll get there. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Taking you guys to the other page, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. You guys get saved from having to hear the two-factor authentication speech, as that is not requiring me to log back in. We're getting really close to the point to where I think we would see a bounce here, guys. So it's coming up here. Give me just a second here. All right, let's start with off exchange. By this time in the morning, I would expect about 49% through off exchange. EDGX be somewhere between 11 and 12%. 53.75 on AMC and EDGX at 13.32. Combined total on that 67.07 when normally we should see about 60%. So we're looking at like 7% higher than where we should be in volume going through those exchanges. That's about half of what it was earlier, so it's kind of calmed down a little bit. Off exchange for Ape currently showing at 68.36. EDGX is at 4.68. Combined total on that 73.04. That is, let's see, 13% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, nothing unusual. GME's CHX volume is slightly elevated. Normally they see about 0.19% of their daily average volume, and it's at 0.27. Nothing unusual on HYMC. All right, on AMC, taking a look at Ortex, on AMC, there's approximately 929,000 shares having been borrowed. That is down from 1.47 million an hour ago. That's going to have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 19.03%. Cost to borrow min is at 19.29 or 19.21 rather. Average 29.24 and max at 38.06. Shares on loan for the day today was up 1.4 million shares day over day, and 464,000 of that was in new short interest, according to Ortex. Shares on loan currently at 172.87 million shares. On Ape, an hour ago there was 1.85 million shares having been borrowed. That's still the same, 1.85 million shares. That raises that short share interest of the free floater, leaves it right at 6.74%. Cost to borrow min is at 5.84, average at 5.84, max 7.53. Really strange to see the average and the min at the exact same value, unless the max only had like one share purchased at that fee, and then all the rest of it was at 5.84. But whatever. Shares on loan for the day today is day over day is up 200,000 shares more on loan than the previous day, with shares on loan at 23.65 million. Options. Highest amount of volume today on AMC is at a $5 strike. There was 10.1 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 18.6. On the puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5 strike. It went from 2.3 thousand contracts to 6.7. Almost a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market kind of indicating a closing price around $5 for the day-to-day on AMC. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $5.59. The touchdown point that I'm looking at is right here. So we're getting to a point, a level of support that we may see a touchdown off of. I would imagine it's going to be really close to that 554 range. I would imagine right where they intersect is probably where we're going to see it touchdown. You might see a breakdown below that briefly and then heading back upwards. But let's see if that's how the rest of the market's faring. Orders based off of Fidelity's orders by the customers. AMC is, let's see, are we still in the top 10? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, ninth. We have a 38% buy to 62% sell ratio. GME's coming in at 79.45 or 79% to 21% buy-sell ratio. And Ape is not on the list due to low volume. Don't forget that Fidelity can hold back orders and close them out at the end of the day. So I know this looks really bad. We'll have to just wait and see what the numbers look like after the day is over. But this definitely is showing more selling pressure than buying pressure right now. It has gotten better in the last hour, but wait for the end of the day and see what the numbers look like tomorrow, and then we'll know whether or not it was really what it turned out to be or not. SSR trips today at $4.78 for AMC. For Ape, trips at 0.6567. Shares available to borrow, none. ETFs that have been returned is quite a few. They returned back quite a few ETFs here. We're looking at 50,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. It's kind of interesting to see that they returned back to ETFs here. It's unusual. NASDAQ is down 1.14, Dow Jones is down 0.09, and the S&P 500 is down 0.53. We currently have 4,218 decliners to 2,354 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. The US dollar is up 0.17. We are getting really, really close. We're only a couple days away. We're 2 days away from the potential breakout that I think that we're on this descending. We already broke the wedge that's inside this descending parallel channel. To the top side, I think we're going to see potentially some more upwards momentum on the US dollar and a potential breakout on the US dollar heading upwards, which means the market should come crashing down. As that goes up, the SPY is currently down 0.51. Oil is down 4.3 or 4.48. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.62 to 0.68. Everything's red except for HYMC. So let's just get that straight. VIX down 2.48, VB 0.73, VBR 0.21, Tesla 1.68, Amazon 3.15, Cinemark 11, Doge 2.89, Bitcoin 0.33, GME 3.03, HYMC is up 1.22, Hood down 4.12, CS 1.79, NCMI 9.19, Ape 5.43, and AMC 8.47. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's only 2.5 million dollars more. Yeah, $2.5 million more outflow than inflow. Currently, after 105 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 55.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today on AMC. That is, I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So I don't know. We might finish a little bit higher volume than the prediction amount, but not by much if we do. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.72, which is below signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.7, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.94, which is signaling oversold. On Ape, there's approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow, with 4.69 million shares traded so far. After 106 minutes of trading, putting us on a pace for 17.25 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 5 to 25 million that I suggested. On the 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.92, which is below average, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.72, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.62, signaling oversold. And we are getting really close to tripping SSR on AMC, which would be at 4.77. Is that right? I have that set up right? Hold on a second here. 4.78 is what it's supposed to be. Hold on a second here. Let me fix this. There we go. And on Ape, we're getting really, really close to that value of hitting that value. The total amount that we would have to get to is 478 plus 68. 546. What's the value on that combined? Hold on a second. 554. So really close. Yeah, I think we're getting really close to that bounce point, I think. Elite Gaming says goes up 1 cent overbought. It does feel that way sometimes. Donuts in the parking lot. Awesome. You know, that's one of the best ways to teach a kid how to drive in the snow is to go take him out in the parking lot and let him drive in the snow. Let him spin the car out, let him see what it feels like to have to try and control the vehicle in inclement weather. It's a good thing. Kale says, "How is Avatar not trending on Twitter or anywhere else on the internet, Casey?" Uh, you know, they're trying to kind of slow it down. Ken says already 175,000 puts in the money for 120. Hollywood Music says it'll go to 460, then 12, then it comes down to 340, then it'll squeeze. I mean, I could see something like that definitely happening. Because the idea is try and get people out of the position as best as possible, watching it run out to $12 after hitting something like $4 or something like that, and then seeing it run right back down again would probably discourage a lot of people. So I wouldn't put it past them. Jabibs, I don't think that there is any gap fills here. You know, you'd have to go back over a year in order to find those gap fills, and I don't think you can do that. How many shares left? On Ape, are you talking about Ape? Hold on a second here. I actually kind of closed out the. Let me reopen that tab. Let's do the math real quick. We had 400. It was 425 million that they had put out for registered. So I'm only going to do from the 425. 301.8 million. So quite a few. Food Dog says, "Is it weird that the VIX is controlled by the CBOE?" No, I think it's actually makes sense. Hey Koya, I actually silenced you on the channel because I didn't see your last comment there, and I'm seeing it now. You're saying it was jokes. Uh, I didn't think it was funny. You should maybe include something in there like sarcasm or something like that. Because I mean, it's getting to that point, now where it's kind of like people are genuinely upset, And I'll go ahead and remove that ban, but let me fix it here. Give me just a second. But I just like be careful, like you might be rock strong. Like I get that, right? I'm rock strong too. I don't have any doubt in what's happening here. I know I can tell what's happening, but there's other people who are struggling with this. So I would probably tread lightly on the idea of antagonizing other people as joking. So give me just a second here, and I'll undo what it is that I did. I thought you were serious too. So and I was just gonna be like, okay, see ya. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. There we go. It's fixed. Island of Dr. Moreau says, Casey, fourth quarter earnings are going to be best yet, maybe in black. I think shorts know this and they have little time left to drive price down. That's what I believe. So, I mean, Adam Aaron legitimately said right in his tweet. I mean, it seems impossible to me, but he says it right here in his tweet. AMC revenues soared above pre-pandemic 2019. And I mean, I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how that's possible, but AMC's revenues soared above pre-pandemic levels 2019. Pre-pandemic. What does that mean? What does that mean? Hold on a second here. Because you could determine that. I mean, you could say there's so many different ways you could look at that, right? Like you could say like, okay, well, obviously 2019 numbers were really really low. Is he saying that we beat 20 pre-pandemic 2019? So is he saying we beat 2018 numbers? Hold on a second here. Let me go to 2018 and see. Let me just check something out real fast. Give me 1 second here, guys. Shoot. Yearly. I don't know. I don't. That's so crazy because I mean the total gross for the year according to Mojo, and this is as of December 19th, 1:36 PST. It says that our total gross for the year is pretty much just right about $7 billion, right? Total grossing for the movie industry, period, altogether. To beat 2018, we would have to generate, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, it's $5.5 billion. We would have to beat $5.5 billion going into the end of the year. which I don't even like. I don't understand how that's feasibly possible. So grateful to James Cameron for his brilliance as we return to Pandora. This new Avatar is the highest grossing opening for a Cameron film who gave us Avatar, Titanic, Aliens, True Lies, Terminator 1 and 2. AMC revenues soared above pre-pandemic 2019. Like, I don't, that's 5.5, it's 5.5 billion. I mean, he said it. It's $5.5 billion. That's what we would have had to have cleared in order to beat 2018. Blarkey saying he said it. He's waiting till Christmas to say it. I mean, it just doesn't seem possible though. I mean, even hold on a second, let me go back to the even Top Gun. Top Gun alone worldwide did 1.4 billion. There's no way that Avatar grossed 5.5 in the opening weekend. Like nobody's coming through with numbers like that right now. Like I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's lying, but I just I'm having a hard time seeing it how we could generate that kind of money in such a short period of time. James of Arizona says probably got a deal made. Rocket ships. I mean, he says it. He said 2019, not 20. No, he said pre-pandemic 2019. You're saying I should be looking at 2019 numbers and not 2018. 2019 is 11.3, so it's still. I mean, it's $500,000 difference or 500 million. Sorry, $500 million difference. I mean, it's not that much. Either way, it doesn't matter. Look, here's the thing. Total gross, I was hoping to see 9 billion for the year, and we haven't gotten the numbers yet. And I have a feeling that there's a good chance that the total gross will be at least $9 billion before the end of the year. But to say that it got up to 11.3 billion and surpassed it, I can't. I just can't. I mean, it certainly would make a lot of sense as to why they're pushing the price down as hard as they are right now. That would make a hell of a lot of sense. Big Ad says, I think he's telling people what they want to hear. He's not allowed to do that. Big Ads. The unfortunate thing, Big Ads, is that he's not allowed to. He can get in a lot of trouble for saying stuff like that if it's not true. Lot of trouble. BioLife Hemp says, could he be talking about concessions too? Yes, absolutely. But I mean that's a lot of concessions. it's a it's a hell of a lot of concessions. I just wanted us to be over 9 billion. I'm okay. I'm okay if we just hit 9 billion. That's like in movie sales. No, I'm not kicking Big Ads. It is my opinion, but it's also I mean, the fact that he can get in a lot of trouble is not my opinion. He definitely can get a lot of trouble for making a statement like that and not being correct. Sammy Boy says 2019 pre-pandemic is 2019. So I mean, yeah, okay. So 11.3 billion. That's fine. Still 11.3. I was happy if we'd seen 9. So the idea that we would hit 11.3, I don't know. It's kind of crazy. One of the things you got to remember, big ads, is that it's that selling pressure into the market and giving the market the ability to be able to trade shares when it comes time for price to run is going to help with the movement of the price. You have to understand that you have to have liquidity in a market to be able to make shares able to be traded. This is why, and big ads, you're probably exactly the wrong person to be saying this to because I have a feeling I know who you are, but but I'm gonna go ahead and say it. The whole idea behind shoot, DRSing your shares is a bad idea, and the reason for that is because it stops the market from being able to have liquidity. You need to have liquidity in a marketplace in order for price to run. No liquidity, no price runs. It's just plain and simple. And we have a year and a half's worth of data, or maybe it's just a year. We have a year's worth of data on GME that absolutely definitively, without a doubt, proves that without liquidity that you have no price runs. GME has not been able to get a price run. You don't have big huge price dips either, but you don't get the that's what really causes a squeeze to happen is these big amounts of volatility. And if you don't have that volatility, then you've got nothing. You have nothing, and that's what it is. You've taken your shares out of the marketplace. You've got nothing. So you got to have shares in the marketplace in order to see price rising. So why is he selling shares in the market now? Because he knows it's going to generate liquidity in the marketplace. So when price does rise, it's going to have some place to go. It's going to have a lot of swing ability. Sammy, I think that, and this is just strictly my opinion. Whatever, if you think it's important to hold your AMC shares, then you should think that it's important to hold your Ape shares just as much. Ape shares are just as important as AMC. There is no difference. They are both equally important. In regards to Adam Aaron selling Ape shares, I just talked about it. I literally just went on like a 5 minute conversation. Scroll back just a tad bit. Melting Faces says 444 watching and so much fun. Thank you for confirming that, Melting Faces, because sometimes I've always wondered if the number that you guys see is the same number that I see. Because I'm actually showing I'm showing 413 right now in one spot, and then in another spot like this number that you stated. So it's always been interesting to me. I've always kind of wondered how that works out. Pro Jeweler says I need brokers and hedge fund liquidity in my accounts. Thanks, Play. I couldn't think of the word rant. Yeah, like a 5 minute rant. Ranch, ranch. Oh man, what is up with the kids these days? How come they don't like ranch anymore? Why is it that why is it that ranch just kind of like disappeared off the face of the earth? I feel like nobody likes ranch anything anymore. We used to like it used to be a main staple, and now nobody eats ranch anymore. I can't remember the last time I put ranch on anything. I know, right, Blarke? Ranch with pizza, it was the best. Nobody was fat back then. Nobody. Nobody was fat. And we had ranch on pizza. Now all of a sudden we're fat. I don't know. Whatever. CPE says, Casey, head on down to Houston on the 22nd. Ask the hard questions like WTF. Maybe Adam Aaron will give us all a present for Christmas. I thought about it, CPE, but the thing is my mom's coming into town. Uh, I've got family that's going to be here. I don't think I can make it down there. Wait. 22nd? That's Thursday. I could, but I just don't. We have a Christmas party. We're doing Christmas with the family on Friday. So that'd be the very next day, and I don't want to be out late and drive in, and I'm sure my wife's going to want me to help out with trying to, prepare everything for the house for the night before. So, um, I know Hayden's like ranch and tots. Dude, nope. How can kids eat tater tots these days without ranch? It was like the main staple in life was ranch and tater tots, and it's like kids want ketchup now. All my kids eat ketchup, and I'm like, how do you eat that crap? How do you put ketchup on anything? I think we ruined it for our kids. We like we ate so much ranch that it like permanently altered our genes to make people in the future hate it. Blarke says Christmas he'll give us a huge present. We'll see. We'll see, Blarky. We'll have to get there, man. I hate I hate setting dates. I just don't. I don't like doing it because I think it discourages people. Teresa says I eat ranch, laugh out loud on pizza and wings. Me too. Ooh. Teresa? Do you have pluckers? I just can't, guys. I gotta do the party on Friday, so I'd go otherwise. Hey Goonie, how's it going? Good to see you. Thorplated says ketchup is king. Doghead says pineapple on pepperoni with ranch. That is going way too far, sir. I think it's hilarious, but it's going way too far. Looks like Ape just tripped SSR again for the day today. Manky Pokey. I said your name right at least once before. What is ranch? Come on. Come on now. You gotta know what ranch is. Ice Cream says, why do they call it ranch? It tastes nothing like a ranch. That's a good question. I have no idea. No, because in 2018 they made more Jabibs. 2018 should have been a higher grossing. 2018 would have been the highest grossing year. So 2019 was this third highest. 2016 was higher. So first was 2018, 2016 would have been second, and third, a very close third would have been 2019. Or not a very close third, but a third. Well, very close to second. Deborah's over here finding her inner Barack Obama. I almost said Barack Obama. BA. BA. Bad attitude, but it was also Barack Obama. Why do I keep on saying Barack? What's the A? Brock. Brack. Shoot, I forgot the A part in BA. Anyways, doing her whole A team rendition over here saying, I pity the fool. I pity the fool who sells at this price and miss. Man, I forgot what BA Baracus. That's what it was. For some reason, I was thinking the B in the BA stood for Baracus. Thank you, myself. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. What did the BA? It was just bad attitude, right? Okay, Barabbas. That's it. It's Barabbas. Foo Dog got it right. It's Barabbas. Barry Sorrento. Deborah Hartley says, I remember that June run up like it was yesterday. Everyone was down, but we ran like hell. I remember too. I very vividly remember it. And we were down to six. We were at $6. And I was like, man, there's no way this stock is worth $6. This company is worth so much more than this. I'm doubling down. I doubled down at $6 and then it went down to 5. And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm like, there's no way at 5. And then it started running. Right as soon as it hit $5, right after that, started taking off. And it took a month or so, but it got there. I'm looking Jabib's at Box Office Mojo. I'm not looking at AMC's numbers. You might be right on AMC's numbers if that's what you're looking at, but I'm looking at Box Office Mojo. Down We Go says French dressing doesn't taste like France either. You know what else? Oh, it looks like we tripped SSR on Ape. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we tripped it on Ape. Hold up a second here. Let me pull it up here real quick. We had to have tripped that. On Stonko Tracker, it's not saying that it got tripped yet, but I'm pretty sure we tripped it at 478 right there. Preacher, just remember the golden rules, man. Goonie says, Casey, we have all these streaming businesses and popcorn, credit cards, our expanding theaters, blockbuster movies, merch in our company that people like to wear and use. Someday we will conquer the world. I mean, I don't disagree, and that's why I say know what it is that you hold. But the problem is that everybody keeps looking at price, and that's all that they want to look at. And that's just because you keep looking at your accounts. Stop looking at your accounts if it's going to bother you that much. It's really just kind of one of those things. You got to know what it is that you're holding in a company and not really worry about price because price isn't everything. Price is really nothing until it comes time to when you actually decide to sell. That's when it becomes something. Wait a minute. Is this going to be an issue now? Like, was it Baracus or Barabbas? Because I think it was Barabbas. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got to look this up. It is Baracus. I shouldn't have doubted myself. Baracus. So where are we getting the Barabbas from then? What's that from? Because I feel like Barabbas was correct though. Huh. Where does the Barabbas come from? Because I swear that was the right answer after I saw it. I was like, it wasn't Baracus, it was Barabbas. But I was saying originally Baracus because I was saying Barack Obama. Trying to say Barack and then couldn't come up with the BA part. I don't see where did Barabbas, what is that coming from? Huh. Yeah, SSR is showing that it's not triggered on Stonko Tracker, but the price that it was supposed to trigger at was at $4.78, and I show 478 on the page here. So, but um, the only place that I know that I can verify it later is not something that I can check until after market's closed. So I can't tell you for sure. Barabbas was being judged with Jesus, but I feel okay. I don't know. I felt like Barabbas was from someplace. I guess it's the Bible then. No, I don't think so, Rye. Ray, is it Rye or Ray? I don't know. I don't think we're going to $1. Well, it does mean something to them. It means that they can legally start printing more shares. So short exempt volume becomes the ability to be able to create short exempt volume under Reg Show rules. It becomes available as a means to be able to continue to complete orders. So it ends up being something very, very important to market makers. Mac and B says my AMC order isn't getting filled. Did a limit for 482 when it was at 480. Very interesting. Very, very interesting, Mac and B's. And there was a 482. So it's at 482 now, so maybe it got filled. They may be raising the price to get it filled. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if it waited to raise the price to your value to fill it. Blarky says I can't get over that damn tweet. Yep, Mac and Bees. I'll bet you. That just goes to prove, Mac and Bees, that what I've been saying about making sure that you put limit orders in for a value higher than what the current price is exactly what it is I've been trying to say for a long time. If you want the market to drive the price down, then you put in a limit order for less than what the price is. If you do that, the market's incentivized to fill your order at a price lower than what the current price is trading at. If you put in a limit order buy for something higher than what the market's trading at, then you're incentivizing the market to move the price to the higher value to fill your order at the higher value. It's very, very important stuff that not a whole lot of people talk about all the time. Your limit orders could potentially, if you're placing limit orders for a price lower than what current trading price is at, is potentially helping to drive the price down. Turtle says my daughter's allergic to ranch dressing. Hold on a second. Savvy's up. Hey, Savvy, do you like ranch dressing? She doesn't like ranch dressing. Do you like ketchup better? Let me ask you, do you want to come on here for just a second? Do you want, wait, hold on a second, guys. I'm going to mute the mic here for just a second. All right, so Savvy's going to talk to you guys. She's going to tell you what she thought about Avatar 2. She sat through the 3 hours and 15 minutes of the movie. I'm going to pass the headset over to her and let her tell you guys what she thought about it.
I think it was great, but it was very long, and they could have cut out a lot of parts of the movie. but it was very detailed and it was a good storyline.
What? Do you want to talk about that?
Oh yeah, it does get you teary-eyed.
Was that the first time ever in a movie that you kind of got a little teary-eyed for a movie?
No,
No? Okay. What was your first movie ever?
A Dog's Purpose.
Oh, okay. But this one definitely did it too, though.
Yeah,
Yeah. So like on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate it?
like an 8.
An 8. Okay. And did you feel like it was 3 hours long?
Yes.
You did feel like it was 3 hours long?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. There you have it, guys. So I want to make sure you guys got a different perspective. It's always good to make sure that you hear everybody's. She's a freshman in high school. Oh, myself said to tell you that there's only 400 people listening. No pressure. Deborah says thank you. She liked what you had to say. Hedge Trimmer says you have the voice of an angel. She's a really good singer. I think she should like I'd really like to kind of work with writing maybe a song or two for her and get her to sing them. We'll get there maybe one day. Ding Ding Dong Dong says, just buy the dip, guys. Eventually, this will rally back, and then you'll be like, why didn't I buy more shares at those levels? Been here for 2 years. It's always the same BS they pull. Dude, you can't even. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you like how many times I've thought that myself. Like, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares back then? And it happens that way every time. But one thing I want you guys to remember though is that don't do that with this play. Don't ever second guess your buying and your selling. It's not worth it. It is not worth putting yourself through the pressure of second guessing your positions. You did what you did when you did it. Get past it. Billy wants you to sing "You're a Mean One, Mr. Griffin." It's a joke. I don't think. Do you know who Griffin is? She doesn't know who Griffin is. Ryan says, I only came here today for the ranch discussion. I'm just really surprised that people just, I don't like, it's kids these days just don't like ranch. Or either that, it's just the area that I live in here. But I don't know. I think it's kids in general. Like, just ranch isn't as popular as it used to be. I still like Tech We Love's idea on the intermissions. What, Savvy, do you think that it would have been a better movie if there had been like an intermission where you could have gone to like the bathroom and stuff? Oh yeah, she brings up a good point. She goes, there was so much action through the entire thing that there may have not been a good point at where you could have stopped the movie. And I actually thinking back to it, I kind of tend to agree that there was one spot where I felt like it almost the way it switched. I almost felt like there was supposed to be an intermission right there, but it switched. There was just one scene where it switched from one point in time to another point in time that it happened so weirdly that it was like I almost thought to myself like, did they cut something out there or what happened? That just didn't. I don't. It was, and it seemed like it might have been about halfway through. Z Wade says, "Don't tell her who Griffin is. Her innocence must be preserved." Daddy Casey will handle. Will handle. Wait. What? Handle all the nonsense and insane fortune thereafter. That's right. We won't talk about that bad man. Throat Yogurt says, "You're in Texas, Casey. Come to the Midwest. Ranch is still rocking." Well, that uh, smoking was still really popular in the North. Like I went to Detroit. Oh gosh, how many years ago was that? Maybe back in 2003-ish. No, 2006. 2006, I went to Detroit, and like there was people were still smoking, and they still had smoking and non-smoking sections, and like the IHOP in 2006, and I thought we were like way past that, but apparently not the case. Some places are just a little behind times. Blark is saying, "I'm asking Adam Aaron, so we made over 5.5 billion. Did we exceed that?" We had to. I mean, we already did exceed 5.5. Myself says bedpans underneath the seats. Yeah, but man, the important part is trying to find out who's buying the houses right now. Everyone smokes in Japan. In 1999, I went to South Korea um, for about 3.5 weeks. I think it was 3.5 weeks, or maybe it was 3 weeks. I don't remember. It was three to 3.5 weeks, or four. I don't remember. It was real close to that. And I'll never, ever, ever forget. They had a smoking room. Um, they didn't allow smoking in any place else other than this one specific break room, and they had a door. And I went in there just to hang out with some guys that were in there to go smoke, who were smoking. And I opened up the door, and I remember like I could literally take my hand and cut the curtain of smoke that was there as I was walking in. And I did. I actually cut with my hand and cut the smoke with the clean air. I cut right through it. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. I walked inside, shut the door behind me. I walked inside, sat down at the table, was talking to some of the guys, and it was just kind of, I guess, just I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was touching the table, and it felt like tacky, and I scraped my nail on it, and like this film, the tar from the amount of smoke in that room came off underneath my fingernail. It was so bad. It was so gross. That had to be by far the worst thing I've ever experienced. Oh, and the other part to that was the very first time we were walking up to the building, from the outside we saw a hole on the side of the building, a vent. It was just maybe about maybe an 8-inch hole, vent coming out of the side of the building, not out of the top of the building, but out of the side of the building. And the smoke was just like this constant smoke stream was just bellowing out of this hole, this pipe. And so we asked our translator, we're like, "What's that?" And like we've never seen buildings with holes in the side that had smoke just billowing out of them. and they said, "Oh, that's our smoke room up there." I was like, "Holy crap, that's a lot of smoke." Ryan, I think you're seeing shorts closing out as many positions as they possibly can, or in hopes that they can close out as many positions as they can as it's about ready to run. Kyle, I don't tend to focus on one more than the other. I think they both need buying pressure, and I don't try to advise people one way or the other. He has. They reported that they have sold shares. Odd enough, yes. But I don't know if he's selling them at these prices specifically. Next level of support. On AMC is going to be at $4.72. And on Ape, hard to say. Give me a second on Ape. $5. I'd say 60 cents on Ape. But as it stands at 65 cents, we're down 29.19% from 92 cents. And the usual typical turnaround point is going to be around 35%. So that's going to be about 60 cents. Hayden says when there was smoking on the airliners, the tar syrup that was on the back of the plane was hideous. I don't even know what that means, but that sounds gross. That sounds really bad. Yeah, I've heard reports of numbers about that amount, somewhere around $1.20 something. Jeff, yucca Frida, dang. It's not right now, yucca Frida. It's not right now. Hold on a second. It is time to do numbers and take a look at see what we got going on here. So give me just a second. SSR is still not showing triggered on AMC yet, but I have a feeling it did. I feel like it did. Hey, Golden J44, just to let you know why Hayden muted that was because around here we're just trying to protect people and we're not, I don't. I'm happy you got some new shares. I just want to let you know that people are targeted. So just hold off on around here we like to say that everybody has 10 shares. So just to try and keep you from potentially getting um, targeted in any kind of way. So just throwing that out there real quick, why that's the case. But give it 5 minutes and Hayden, for something like that, don't give him a timeout. Just let him know why. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm going to go over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold that thought for just a minute. Hold on a second here. Why isn't... Okay, there we go. Remember, when the big tramp's not on the screen, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those thoughts, specific thoughts or things you want me to comment on until after the big tramp shows back up. And I will save you a two-factor authentication speech because I did not have to log back in again. let's see here. There we go. Alrighty, here we go. Starting with off exchange, which is just here to the right-hand side of me. By this time of the day, I would expect to see, I don't know, it's probably about 61% going through the total exchanges, 61, 62, real close to that amount. Right now on AMC, we've got 52.51 going through off exchange EDGX at 13.28, grand total 65.79. So we're about 4.5% higher than where we should be by this time of the day. Nothing unusual under CHX volume. On Ape, 73.96. Oh no, 73.06 going through off exchange and CBOE EDGX at 5.51. Grand total 78.57. That's 18.5%. No, 17.5% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual to report. GME has elevated CHX volume today, pretty significant. Usually the 30-day average is 0.2 right now. They've seen about 1.17% of their volume, their daily volume going through CHX. That is 20,000 shares so far for the day today. And HYMC, nothing unusual in CHX volume. On AMC, for Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 929,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 979. It's going to have pretty much leave the estimated short share interest of the free float rate where it was an hour ago at 19.03%. Cost per hour minute 19.21, average at 29.27, and max at 38.06. Shares on loan for the day today is higher by 1.4 million shares, and 464,000 of that was in new short interest. And let's see, shares on loan for the day today is at 172.87 million shares. Taking a look at Ape, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.85 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.81. It's not really going to change the estimated short share interest of the free float too much. It's going to leave it at 6.74. Cost per hour min is at 5.84 and averages at 5.84, but max at 7.53. The only way I could see that happening is if somebody borrowed, like, I don't know. I mean, 1.81 million shares has been borrowed, so probably less than 1% of the shares were borrowed at a max at 7.53, and then the rest of them have been borrowed at 5.84%. Shares on loan right now is currently at 23.65 million shares for Ape, and 200,000 shares of that was in new short interest day over day. Taking a look at, what am I looking at? Looking at options. Highest amount of call volume this morning, strike price is currently at $5. An hour ago, there was 18.6 thousand contracts. There's now 20.6. Puts at a $5 strike. Highest amount of volume went from 6.7 thousand contracts to 7.7. That's going to have the that's kind of suggesting, or the market's suggesting, a closing price somewhere around $5 for AMC by the end of the day. $6 is max paying for the week. Combined price of AMC and Ape at $5.55. Earlier this morning, I said it looked to me like we had a level of support, a descending level of support, and a Fibonacci retracement at $5.54 that kind of intersected right here, and that we might drop just a little bit below that and then come back up and bounce up above it in the later, within this box period. And sure enough, it's almost textbook for what I drew out. So we'll see if we can continue to hold this level of support here at combined price of 556 right now. We'll see if we can hold the support and get more buying pressure coming in. AMC is one of the top 10 most heavily traded stocks. This is one of the things I kind of wanted to mention to you. This is what I kind of mentioned earlier this morning. Fidelity can hold on to their buy orders and not push them through until later. They have 2 days to settle. You can see now that the buy-sell ratio on AMC is now at a 46% buy to 54% sell ratio, which is way better than it was earlier this morning. I want to say we had like first thing this morning we were at like a 20% buy to like 80% sell ratio, and it was like nasty looking. But not the case now. And this is one of the things that you got to remember is that just because it's showing you currently there's more selling pressure or buying pressure doesn't mean that they're not withholding orders for a later period of time. GME also on the list here with a 85% buy to 15% sell ratio, looking really strong. And Ape doesn't really have a whole lot of volume today, meaning it's not going to make it on the list. AMC is actually getting more volume today than I would have anticipated originally, based off of pre-market numbers. We'll see how we're looking, whether or not we're on pace for my prediction of 10 to 30 million or not here in a minute. Shares available to borrow. Oh, AMC would have triggered SSR at $4.78 according to this. SSR is saying it's not been tripped yet this morning. I have a feeling that it probably has, but just not being reported. You got to remember that the way that Stonko Tracker sets up their system, they have it based on a formula that it uses to try and figure out what where the tripping point's going to be at, and if it's off by just a hair, sometimes it'll trip but not actually show up as being tripped on their site, because all it's looking for is a specific price to be hit, and there may be a decimal back here that you can't see in their formula that it did dip below. Shares available to borrow right now is currently sitting at 0. Has been all this morning, and they've returned about 102,000 shares for the ETFs. And also, we have, excuse me, we've had about 50,000 shares borrowed so far this morning out of the ETFs. NASDAQ is down 1.13, Dow Jones is down 0.11, and the S&P 500 is down 0.48. We have more decliners than advancers, with 4,352 decliners to 2,251 advancers. We have the U.S. dollar is currently down 0.16. An hour ago was up. SPY down 0.43. Oil is down 5.14, and mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.68 to 0.74. Everything is down except for HYMC for the day-to-day. Go figure. Gold. VIX is down 3.49. VB is, I'm just going to read everything and just know that it's down except for HYMC. VB 0.78, VBR 0.29, Tesla 1.88, Amazon 2.88, Cinemark 8.08, Doge 4.06, Bitcoin 0.67, GME 4.04, HYMC is up 0.5, Hood down 6.56, CS 1.46, NCMI 7.42, Ape 8.96, and AMC 8. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is roughly $2.5 million more outflow than inflow, with volume at 19.62 million shares after, 165 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 46.37 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I don't know if I'm going to make it or not. Based off these numbers, I would say probably not, but it will be close. I'll be on a little bit on the low side, I think. Taking a look at the 1 hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 27.85, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.5, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence of the vortex indicator with an RSI of 49.57, which is average. On Ape, 1.4 million more outflow than inflow. 8.25 million shares traded so far after, what did I say, 166 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 19.38 million shares. There's definitely been an increase in volume, which can be seen in the chart as well. as our pace was lower. I think it was closer to like 17 earlier. So we're pacing a higher pace of volume. We might actually see Ape make it into the top 30 most heavily traded stocks before the end of the day's over, if this keeps up. 5 to 25 million was my prediction in volume for the day. On a 1 hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 21.82, which is signaling below oversold. Excuse me. Um, on a 30-minute interval, more selling or more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 27.37, signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.16, which is below average. Let's get rid of this information here. Yeah, looks good. MG Toe says if they don't trigger SSR, they have to sell those borrowed shares. I would agree with that. And they, not only do they have to sell those, but then they have to find more as well, because more than likely that I mean they've only borrowed about 50,000 today, so and there doesn't appear to be a whole lot of shares left to borrow. So uh, you're not wrong. Clark, because that's what the whole plan's been from the get-go, and the way that you create more liquidity in the market to be able to get explosive price movements is by having liquidity. So the answer to your question is that's why he's diluting. He still has over 300 million shares to sell. I'm referencing Hayden. I'm referencing AMC, not Ape, in regards to finding shares available. And you can't use Ape shares to um, you can't they're not interchangeable. um, Adam Aaron can't speak out specifically against short sellers while he is the CEO of the company, and without risking some major issues or potential problems. So I think he's trying to stay very clear of making sure that he does not put in a position to where he may have to step down as the CEO. I don't think I ever said the Marine is panicked. I don't. Maybe I did say that, but I don't recall having said that. Because that's what they always do, Manjit. That's what they always do. That's the only way that that's the only ability that they have in order to scare us is to drive price down. Clark, in some cases, what you're saying is correct, and in some cases, it's not correct. Initially, it may cause initial price to drive down, but eventually, the purchase of those shares is going to. And Clark, what you need to understand is this is not something that just happened today. It didn't just happen yesterday. This has been happening over the last 90 days, right? It's not something, and yet everybody's treating it as though it were something that just happened just now, and it didn't just happen just now. Casey, what's being diluted? Ape. We know an average price, somewhere like $1.20 something. A lot of people have come up with some numbers. I'll have to go back through and redo my numbers and make sure I got the numbers right because apparently I got a different number than everybody else. But it sounds like somewhere around $1.20 something on average. Uh, so yes, the other CEO did do it, and his company is and how is his company doing, EJ? You tell me how. What does he have? What does he have left to lose? If there's a backlash on him for what it is that he's saying, and he has to step down as the CEO of that company, what does he have left to lose? How's his company doing? You tell me that. Nope, it didn't just happen yesterday. Yesterday was Sunday. Hey, Golden, don't worry about it. It's all good, man. Clark, it's okay to be upset. Just make sure that you're upset about things that are true and things that aren't true. There's no sense in getting upset about things that aren't things that are untrue or things that you can't even take. If there's nothing that's in your power to change anything, then why be upset about it? EJ, you don't seem to understand. They can't, Adam Aaron can't just go out and make accusations. He can't do that. He can get in a lot of trouble. And ultimately look what happened to Elon. Elon got kicked out of being the CEO for Tesla because of the things that he said. Adam Aaron could have that happen to him if he chose to stand up and say some of the things that we want him to say. Then he could legitimately have to step down as the CEO, and then what kind of situation will we be in then? That's even worse. You have to understand that what you're the opinion that you're coming forward with is the opinion of people who don't understand anything about the marketplace and how they're bound by being able to say certain things during certain periods of time. Adam Aaron is not in a position to be able to say the kind of things that it is that you want him to say. That other CEO and other CEOs who have spoken out against it are either no longer CEOs for their companies or in positions to where their company, it doesn't matter anymore because it's either going to be over and done for their company one way or the other. And that's the last straw that they have left is to basically come out and speak out about it. As far as a protest goes, I'm kind of torn on that whole thing. What is your opinion on a protest, Casey? So I don't think that a protest is a smart idea, in my opinion, and that's only because of the fact that I know that there's going to be. I mean, look what happened when we know for a fact that there was FBI agents who were told to go into and infiltrate into and cause something to have happen in the whole Donald Trump vote vote thing, or I forget when he was doing the speech and everybody stormed Congress. I don't even know what to call it. Was it Congress Gate? I don't know what to call it. But when everybody stormed the Senate, the House, the Capitol, I don't know what to call it, the Capitol building. When they stormed the Capitol building, and there are people who were legitimately in there that were there to try and entice people to do things that they shouldn't have been doing. And so the problem with this is that, if you want to create a situation where people get together and then some nefarious actor decides to portray themselves as part of our group, insurrection. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word title. Thank you. It's going to happen. I guarantee you. I can't think of a better way for somebody to be able to control the narrative than to join everybody together and put them all in one spot and say, okay, what are we going to do? Let's protest. All right, great, we're protesting, and then next thing you know, somebody's throwing rocks or who knows what it is that they're doing, and it's just like completely just like goes nuts, right? And then everything that is that we've worked for looks completely different than what it is that we've been trying to accomplish. But if that's something that you want to do, go for it. That's your choice. Ariel says, you mean when they were invited in? I've seen different videos, man. I've seen different videos. Some videos didn't really show that at all of them getting let in. So I don't know about that. I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying, where I'm going with this is that they'll definitely use that as a point of being able to control the narrative as to what it is that we truly stand for. Kyle's asking, at what point would it be logical for Adam Aaron to convert Ape to AMC? Likely after they've sold every single one of their shares into the marketplace, and not a moment before. And in fact, they actually are it's set right up in the proxy. It states directly in the proxy that if they want to convert Ape to AMC, they have to do all of the shares, not just a portion of them. So, and we know that they didn't register all of the shares that they have available to sell in this current batch of 425 million. So what does that tell you? Not anytime soon. I'm not just saying that. You have to also add in too, EJ, is that you not only do you not have to be the CEO, but you could also be the CEO of a company who's about ready to go belly up anyways, and you have nothing else to lose. You see what I'm saying? Like there's certain points in time where if you're a part of a company that's going to go belly up anyways, and it doesn't matter one way or the other, because you're just getting screwed, and you have nothing left to lose other than to come out and say what it is that you got to say, then that would be the other point at which they could say something as well. But otherwise, can't be the CEO anymore for the company. If you want to go back and look where other than the legal actions that Brian, I can never say his name right, but where he did it, his verbal words didn't come out until after he was no longer the CEO of the company. Everything that his actions were before that were all done off the, he didn't just come out and say things like that other guy from the guy that you're talking about right now, from whichever company that was. I can't remember what the name is off the top of my head, but Professor Shifu, I can't answer that question for you. If you think about it, if the hedge funds hold hold Ape shares and they get converted back to AMC shares, they can cover their short positions with those shares. That is correct. But you also have to realize that we would have to vote for that to have happen. So Roseanne says they're shaking the tree. Remember, they hire psychologists just to manipulate you, or I wouldn't say psychologists, but paid people to come in and attempt to sway us in our opinions and where we're going. So why wouldn't they do the same thing for a protest? If they're going to pay people to manipulate our feelings psychologically in our play, why wouldn't they do the same thing for a physical protest? And the answer is they wouldn't. They would do the exact same thing. So you're going to turn a physical protest into a potential for physical manipulation. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. So a long time ago, guys, I suggested on Reddit that we should all go to our state capitals and do like a silent protest where we just pass out bananas. I was downvoted like crazy. I don't delete normally uh, posts that I make or tweets or anything like that normally. Maybe like I can probably count on like maybe one hand how many times I've done that. But that one I deleted, and the only reason I deleted it because it got so much hate so fast that I was like, all right, I don't want to cause any contention in the community. If that's how everybody feels, and I'm not gonna try and put anything together if that's the case. Because I thought it would be, a smart idea to go to, a local supermarket, show up on some specific date at all of our state's capitals around the country, and pass out bananas and just make a statement. And so when I got the backlash that I did, I was like, okay, well that's not it's not a good idea then. Yes, ape shares do give voting rights, but that's only a third. It's only a third of the votes though. And not only that, not only are they just a third of the votes, but they're also our votes when you think about it. Because guess what? Ultimately, those shares are being used to backfill orders that we have. So those shares are our shares. No, they won't. They won't cover. They'll close, and that's different. Tendies Plus Plus says I work at the SC State Farmers Market, and I can get a truckloads of bananas. Uh, Man, Tendies Plus Plus. Maybe I'll move to South Carolina. I was thinking about moving to South Carolina. Maybe I'll see you out there sometime. That is a lot of bananas, Brian. Right, you can go do that all you want to, but I'm not going to put myself in jeopardy when I know what it is that I hold and what I can potentially make out of this. So I'm not going to be putting myself at risk into going to Washington and rioting, because that's exactly what it is that I'm talking about. Like that's the last thing you want to do is have riots. Dennis says, Casey, at this point, what are your thoughts on possible legal action? It depends on the type of legal action, Dennis. There are certain types of legal action that I would be for, and certain types of legal action that I would be against. A class action lawsuit, against. A lawsuit that suggests that there's more shares in existence than there currently are, against. Share lawsuits in price manipulation, for. I'm for that. So it depends on what it is specifically that it is you're suggesting a lawsuit for. And then it depends on what other kind of lawsuit you want to throw out there, but it just depends. Clark, I don't want to see AMC shares being or Ape shares being converted back to AMC. That's how I feel, but that's my opinion, and I think, and that's because of what the statement is that they'll use those shares in order to close out positions if possible. Frank, that stock and this stock have nothing in common other than the fact that there's more shares sold than there are in totality. Because they have to have shares, Maggie. There's two things that you have to have in order to close out a position. What do you have to have? Number one is shares. Number two is price below the point, unless you're willing to pay the difference. Yeah. Just Another Ape says, Casey, remember when AMC hit an all-time low 3 weeks before the GME squeeze? This stuff can change in a blink of an eye. Absolutely. Oh, that's right. North Carolina. I forgot. You're right, Deborah. It was North Carolina I was thinking of, but they're close enough. Yeah, so they're the same bad act. There's a bunch of bad actors out there, Ariel, who are pushing the same narratives, and you see them coming in here and saying the same thing, and they're pushing the same topics everywhere you go. You can just go see it. It's like, and it's funny because every single day I see it come in and it floats in here and it's like, okay, well, where'd you get that information from? Nobody ever wants to take the time to go to the sources of the information, find out where it's coming from, and then basically cut that source off. But we have bad sources of information, people who are trying to push people to do things that are just really dumb ideas. People who are pushing out narratives that are really anti AMC, and it's really kind of sad to see that the community doesn't step up to those people and say enough is enough. Like you're not good for this community. We don't support what it is that you say, and that we're not gonna continue to listen to what it is you have to say because they don't do any good for what it is that we're trying to do accomplish. Nothing. They do nothing. In fact, all they do is bring negative press and negative influence upon what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And so when they do that, think about somebody who's coming in who's thinking about maybe a purchase of AMC shares, and they come in and they start seeing all the talks of like protests and like why is the price going down, and just all the different things that people are saying, dilution and the way that it's being presented. When you consider that, and then the negativity, exactly. When you see the people who are doing that kind of stuff and nobody stands up to those people and says, hey, guess what? You're the problem. You are the problem, not Adam Aaron, not the company, you. And the system who's causing this to be a problem are the problems. Nobody else. But yet nobody stands up to those people and tells them that they're wrong. People just keep on watching them and listening to them and carrying on what it is that they say. Pushing 10, I don't think it's all 4.5 billion. I think he has to sell just the ones that were converted. Kathy says totally worth more than $5. So appreciate you, Casey. Like it or not, you're Brock for most of us. Well, thank you. I kind of skipped my break here because I know I can feel the tension and I feel like it's more important for me to sit here and talk to you guys. But I'm gonna take my break a little bit late. I'll probably go from 12. Right after I do the 12 o'clock numbers, I'll go to break and then come back and do the numbers again, go to another break. Go right back to break again. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the conversation's going in the room. No, no, no. Charles, see, the thing is we are taking a stand. The stand that we're taking right now is the only stand that has ever needed to be taken. And we've proven it over multiple occasions that that's the case and it's true. So the point is that that we are taking a stand and that everybody who's saying that we're not taking a stand are the people who don't understand that we're standing. They don't get the fact that we don't there's nothing else more that we have to do. This is part of the process and it's those people who don't understand that is the people who are the problems because they just don't know. They don't understand, they don't get it. They don't understand that there's this is a normal cycle for this kind of manipulation to try and get you to sell your position. The stand that you're taking is the only stand that's needed. We don't need Adam Aaron. We just need a company. We found the company that we wanted to invest in where it's a good company that can make more money, right? And we found a position where it's heavily super shorted. That's all we need. And then we need to stand for it, right? That's it. Those are the only parts of the recipe that we need. Clark, not a problem, man. You're welcome. Laura says, my husband just wants this to be over so I can go to, is it Pennsylvania? What, well, I don't want to dig into your business, but that's cool. What's, I mean, kind of like makes me want to ask, like, what's in Pennsylvania? Uh, what's over there? I feel like I gotta ask. It's like just normal for me I gotta wonder, like, what's there for you. Pushing 10 702, welcome, first off. Thanks for waiting the 5 minutes that it takes to make a comment. I'm really sorry about that. But it's to try and keep out as many people as possible from being in here that shouldn't be in here. But thank you for commenting. But you said this show is a stand. Buy and hold is a stand. Reddit, Twitter, etc. is a stand. They absolutely are. Everything that it is that we're doing here is completely a stand. We are standing up for ourselves for the second time ever in history. And we're saying enough is enough. You know who's, and there's people out there who don't want to stand and they just want to make money and they want to go chase things. And that's fine. That's cool. That's what a market's for. Go do it. Go make your money someplace else. But those of us who are standing for something, we're standing here. We're standing right here. This is the stand. You want to stand for something? Buy and hold. That's what you're standing for. You're standing for investing in a company that you believe in. That's a stand. That's a real stand. Why? Why is that a real stand? Because it's your money. You're backing it with your money. You're putting your money where your mouth is, and you're saying, I believe in this. Regardless of what price gets to, I believe in this. I stand here. That's a stand. May not feel like it to you. Maybe you feel like you got to do something more than that. But I'm telling you right now, guys, money is where it counts. Money is where it counts. When you put your money behind your mouth, that's where it counts. I can go stand on a corner 9 hours a day instead of doing this live stream with a sign on my back saying, buy AMC. I could do that. That's a stand. It's not the same, though. It's nowhere near the same. Putting my money where my mouth is, that's a stand. You know what? Not only can AMC make money, they are. They are making money. And I would wager to say that our stand has produced so many results over the last year, 2 years. Our stand has produced so many results that they're probably really difficult to sit down and actually write them all out without taking like a good hour to start going through all the different things that we've done with our stand. And all we did was buy and hold. And that's it. That's all we did. And we've changed so much. We even have a ticker that's called Ape. We have a stand, guys. It's right here. You're standing in it. Just doesn't feel like it to you, though. Yucca says that's Yucca. Yucca, do you got a wife, Yucca? You have a girlfriend? We gotta get you, you're like crazy, man. You're thirsty. The thirst is real. I can feel it, Yucca. Gorilla Gardner says, did you all know that during the American Revolution, only 8% of the population was in favor of independence? Only 3% actually fought. MCon, I don't know if you're just joining in or not, but it's funny you should say that when you say why tension, what's going on. There's somewhat. I mean, basically it's all stemming from the news from today. From the go look up the 8K filings. Was it? I think it was an 8K. Hold on a second. Let me just verify. Yeah, 8K. Should that's what I kind of thought it was. Just kind of guessed. Shoot. I mean, Clark, I have no idea, man. I don't know. You're making me guess on a price on AMC and Ape without any kind of short selling, and I would say I don't know. Um, maybe like I don't know, probably at least somewhere close to 50, 40 to $50 maybe. Gary says I honestly expected them to drop the numbers after the weekend of Avatar, so I'm not crying, just waiting. Yeah, I mean, lo and behold, whoa, surprise, right? Avatar doing really well for itself, and then they're like, yeah, we're gonna drop the price here. I mean, the whole market is down right now. The crazy part about it though is that the SPY, just looking at the SPY right now, it's down 0.43%. Yet we have VIX down. You've got the dollar, I think, was down, wasn't it? I think the dollar's down. Yeah, the dollar's down. Everything's down. It's ridiculous. Like everything is down. So it's not just AMC and Ape. Hey Turtle, can't wait to hear the poem, man. Pushington says 20, 25 to 35 easy. That's what I'm saying. I really think it could be 40 to 50, but I don't think this market would be where we're at either if it wasn't for um, a bunch of the shorting that occurred when it occurred. I guess there's really, I mean, because I'm trying to think like how far back do I go to say what really kind of started all this, and really I kind of would have to dig back even further back to COVID and even further back than that. So I mean, it's difficult to really kind of go back in time and be like, okay, well, when did things really first start happening, and where did things first start going wrong? You can drive all the way back to 2008 and be like, okay, well, things never really got fixed from 2008. How much further back do I need to go? It's me. It actually it got worse and then it got better. It's slowly getting a little bit better here. But yeah, it did get worse. Tim, how's it going, man? Gary says, so what's that now? Spider-Man, Batman, Top Gun, Jurassic Park, Avatar. Am I missing something? I'm oh, and the Doctor. Wait, what? I'm confused. Wait, hold on a second. Is there a new tweet or something? I'm confused by what you said. No, no new tweets. Food Dog says Sin Crap is down 8.25%. It's actually Cinemark, but it's Cinelevamark. Cinestain. Just call it Cinestain. Oh man. I don't think I've ever trashed on Cinemark before in talk. Okay, I got you, Gary. I'm tracking you now. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, typical to drop the price after a headline movie. Send a skid mark. Send a brown stain. Send just sharded myself. Send it gonna be AMC. Oh man, where do we stop? Doug says pre-pandemic AMC's top market cap hit about 4 billion. Top was about 29 billion in 2021. Now with all these shares, see that's the problem though, Doug, is there wouldn't be these many shares if it hadn't been shorted. So Cinemat. Wait, hold on, it's gonna make me cough. That's pretty funny, Cinemat. Um, that's why I'm having a hard time coming up with like a number, Doug, because we know that if it wasn't heavily shorted, how much would people be paying for the price of the stock? And I'm pretty sure that it would have been running, and I don't think the market would be feeling like it is right now if we didn't have a whole bunch of systemic shorting either. So, the market would probably be doing well. We wouldn't be seeing prices like this, so that's why I'm thinking like 40 to 50 range. But you wouldn't be having like tons of people buying in with tons of synthetic shares either. So, um, I just feel like, I feel like the question basically dissolves down or devolves down to, what do you think the price of the stock is worth without being shorted? And I would just say 40 to 50 in a normal market where it's not failing. Send a shirt. Mr. Poopy Pants left a Cinemark. Oh man, I haven't been in a Cinemark in a hot few minutes. Do they have reclining chairs? I don't even know if they have reclining chairs or not. I feel like I know we went not too, like I know we went once this last year. My brother and sister-in-law had one of their kids' birthday parties at a Cinemark, and so they rented out the whole movie theater. And I want to say that the seats reclined, but I can't remember. They have stools. Oh man. Hey guys, it's time to do the numbers. I'm getting really really super hungry here, so I'm gonna run through the numbers and then we'll I'm gonna take a break. Wait, which new tweet? I just looked just a minute ago and I didn't see any new tweets. So let me pull it up again and see if there's a new one. Okay, yeah, yep, we seen them. They have reclining chairs here in the UK. That's good. Uh-oh. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, I had to take that phone call real quick there. And let's go through the numbers here real fast, and let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, sorry about that, Jabibs. I had to take the phone call real quick. All right, let's see what we got going on here for our numbers. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Also, no speech. You guys are lucky. No speech. Might be getting to the point to where I only have to say it like once or twice a day. That'd be kind of cool. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange right here next to me. By this time of the day, let's see, 12 o'clock, I would say it should be around like 62 to 63% going through off exchange into CBOE, EDGX, total amounts of volume added together. Currently on AMC, we're at 52.3 through the off exchange, EDGX at 12.95. The grand total 65.25, so that's about it's about I'm trying to decide if I should go 62 or 63. Let's go 62. It's about 3.25% higher than where it should be by this time of the day. Nothing on CHX. On Ape, 74.79 going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.28. The grand total, and that's 80.07%. So we're looking at about 18% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual. GME has had unusual amounts of CHX volume for the day-to-day. Their 30-day average is 0.2, and CHX volume on GME is at 0.96, so it is elevated on GME. HYMC, nothing to report on that one. Taking a look at AMC and GME, or sorry, Ape on Ortex. For AMC, there's an hour ago there was 979,000 shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. It's now 899,000 shares. It's a very small decrease, but it still leaves the estimated short share interest of the free float at 19.03%. Cost to borrow minute 19.21, average at 29.23, and 38.06 is the max. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is down, or up rather, 1.4 million shares to 172.87 million shares on loan. 464,000 of that was in new short interest, according to Ortex. On Ape, 1.81 million shares having been borrowed in the last hour. That's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.74. There's been no change to the borrow amount. Cost of borrow min is at 5.84, average is at 5.84, and max at 7.53, which means a very small amount of shares were borrowed from one other institution at a higher amount, but the majority of our volume has been borrowed at the average, or N min in this case. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up 200,000 shares of new loan shares and short interest on Ape, and leaving the amount on loan at 23.65 million. And let's see here, taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call options at a $5 strike. An hour ago, there was approximately 20.6 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. There's now 21.8. And on puts, highest amount of volume at a $5 strike, there was 7.7 thousand contracts. It's now 8.2. And taking a look at combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at $5.59. We did find SSR getting tripped on this push down at the beginning of the morning and then a rise back up. We are finding support above $5.54 on the combined price of the two. I do have a fib trace here at 554. The bottom number that I have for the fib is 423, or the next one would be 423, and there's one below that at 292, and then at 211. But I don't really expect to be seeing those numbers. Just throwing that out there, what I have drawn out. As it stands right now, we are staying above this descending level of support. I don't know where we're heading. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this, trying to figure out. Let me. Give me just a second here and draw this back out here for just a second. I want to take a kind of a different perspective on this real quick. See if I can't find. Very brief. Hmm. Just trying to look and see. I feel like there's a pattern here that I'm missing, and it almost looks like a megaphone. Let me look up something real quick here. Give me just a second. I just gotta look stuff up. Yeah, that's a megaphone. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A bullish megaphone. Comes from the bottom side though, so this could be a bearish megaphone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Five is supposed to be the breakout. So 1, 2, 3, 4, but then I've got a double touch up here, so I don't know about this. Like in a true megaphone kind of pattern, you should see price move down on this downwards momentum right here. It should have gone down and touched and broken out and gone further down. It would have been 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then breakout on the fifth. But we had this very strange jump back up to retest the top side of the megaphone, which is not exactly typical. Give me just a second here. I'm still looking stuff up. What are the, let's see. So when the price breaks the trend line after the making the fifth swing and closes outside the pattern, a breakout is confirmed. Hmm. Yeah. I mean, based off of everything that I'm seeing right here, it's very possible that we have a bearish megaphone And I'm seeing this just for reference. I'm seeing this on a 30-minute interval. Now, do note, guys, this is an AMC plus Ape prices added together. So part of the reason could be potentially due to the fact that there's some, price movement that occurred here that was, I know there could have been like some kind of market movement that it was abnormal during this period of time why this didn't really follow suit. But if I were to take this to like a higher time interval, perhaps maybe down to like the daily, I think that you would probably see the megaphone 1, 2, 3. No, it still has a touch point in there. Maybe I'd have to put it to the weekly, but this does look like a megaphone, and if it does break past this, and it more than likely will, then we're probably going to see some more continued market movement downwards. I think this is kind of indicating more downwards pressure in the marketplace. So I don't think the AMC is going to. I don't think the market's going to move in the opposite direction from AMC. I think AMC is moving with the market. I think this is a very strong indication of future market movement heading downwards, and we'll continue to head down with it. And we will right up until those the last moments of before margin call happens. I mean, it's going to be part of the whole process. So yeah, I know it's hard to watch, but I never told you guys it was going to be easy. In fact, I can promise you it won't. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been in the top 10 for most of the day to day on buy sell or on the orders by Fidelity customers. Currently, we have a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. This has improved so much compared to what it was earlier this morning. I can almost guarantee you that Fidelity was probably holding back some of their buy sell orders. I doubt that they're putting these out live, and in fact, I know they don't because they hold orders for the last 4 minutes of the day and push those through at the end of the day. So, um, yeah. Anyways, way better percentages that we have now than what we had earlier this morning. GME has an 87% buy to a 13% sell ratio, and Ape has had low volume, so may not be on the. Yeah, it's not on the list here. Trigger price for SSR is at $4.78. I believe we triggered it, but I won't know until after market hours, based off the website that I have to use to look and see if we truly broke it or not. But I think we did. And Ape triggers at 0.6567, and both of those triggered SSR, I believe, for the day to day. Let me just verify real quick on Ape. Yeah, Ape did trigger. No shares available to borrow. It's kind of odd to see short interest not being closed out as prices moving down and more shares available to be. I don't know if anybody's noticed that or not today, but we've had price move down through multiple places where short interest should have been able to be closed, but hasn't been. Otherwise, you would have seen more shares available to borrow again if they closed out positions. NASDAQ is down 1.1. Dow Jones down 0.3 and the S&P 500 down 0.6. We have 4,484 decliners to 2,184 advancers. The market is declining over advancing. We have the U.S. dollar is currently down 0.15. SPY is up or down rather 0.55. Oil is down 5.31. Our mortgage-backed securities are down 0.6364. VIX is down 3.89, VB down 0.93, VBR down 0.47, Tesla up 1.7, Amazon down 2.59, Cinemark down 8.63, Doge is down 4.8, Bitcoin is down 0.84. GME is down 3.41. HYMC is down 1.31. HOOD down 5.17. CS down 1.79. NCMI down 10.08. Ape down 5.98. And AMC down 6.59. Wait, where's my refresh? There it is. On AMC, there's approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow, with 22.3 million shares traded by so far for the day today, after 228 minutes, putting us on pace for 38.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million. We'll see if we get there or not. On a 1 hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.15, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.45, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 57.92, which is above average. On Ape, there's approximately $1.4 million more outflow than inflow. 9.21 million shares traded so far after how many minutes is that? What did I just say? 229 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 15.68 million shares on Ape by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 5 and 25 million. On a 1 hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.74, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.07, which is slightly below, no, that is below average, sorry. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.34, which is above average. We did print a TD9 on several different time intervals on Ape, so we may see a little bit of a downwards momentum coming up on Ape. I'm telling you guys, these swings are going to get rough. It's not, though. Price is going back up. They should have closed if price is going to go back up and then reopened up new positions. You got to remember, theta kills a lot of positions. So, closing out short interest and then reopening it at a lower price is the thing to do. The problem is they're running into a little bit of an issue where some of the the fees are really, really high right now, so they may not want to open up new short interest at a much higher rate. It may not be cost effective. Danny, the average price, I think people are calculating it out at like 1.2, somewhere around there. And I think it's because he's trying to create liquidity in the market to keep it moving. When the price does start running, you want to have liquidity. Oh yeah, I keep calling him Hollywood music, but it's really Holly Mo music. I don't know why I say Hollywood. I don't know why I do it. It's just more my, it's just more me. Yeah, no problem, Danny. What did bot say, poop? Oh man, you never know what they would say. I haven't gone, believe it or not, Belarke, I have not gone on break yet. I have not even gone to break. I know I'm gonna leave right now. I'm gonna go right now and I'll go take a look. But I mean, I don't know, man. I've been kind of pondering it in the back of my head a little bit as the day's been going on. I know it's been one of those days where I feel like I needed to kind of talk people down a little. It's like everybody's like, so it's like, and it's okay. I get it, and it's hard. It's hard to watch. But you, you got to kind of like calm down a little bit, realize that nothing's really changed for you. You're still in the same position you were before. Nothing's really changed other than the price, and that's it. And that's the hardest part. If you can get past the whole like watching the price move, then it's not that bad. It really, it really isn't. It's not that bad, guys. It's just the price. And some people have actually done a great job of saying like it gives you more of a chance to be able to average down more. And there's and I don't push that because one of the last things I want to do is tell you what to do with your money. It's your guys' choice. You really have to decide what you're going to do. And you're never going to see me tell you, like, hey, well, maybe you should spend your money here. That's not. It's your choice. So I'm not going to push those kind of things. But um, I don't even tell you guys. You laugh a lot. I do. I do laugh a lot. Maybe it's laughter is a good thing, Jack. Laughter is a good thing, and sometimes laughter is all you need to get through the tough times. So Shimmer blocked. What? Nah, we didn't pay $10, Shimmer. Our value was less than that at the time. I've had I've had Cookie says it's like losing chips, losing at the poker table. It's only chips. That's why I keep buying. So I've had times, Cookie, where if I lose a stack or something like that, if I buy in for whatever money and I sit down and I lose it all, I will usually get up and walk away and just cool off for a while because the last thing you want to do is just start buying down more while you're emotional. And it's hard to say that it depends on how much training you have in poker to be able to sit there and take a hit like that and just be like, oh, it's just I'll come out ahead in the end. It doesn't matter. I know I'm doing well. It happens on tables sometimes. You get wiped out, you get cleaned out, and um, if you're really good at it, you can kind of walk away from it or not walk away, but you can put more money down on the table and still be like, I know I'm going to win money here. I'm on a loose table. It's just that I got caught in a position where normally it's a winning hand and they got lucky. I keep playing the same table and they're going to pay me out like an ATM. And so you just sit there and you grind until you win your money back. And but then there's other times where you can feel it. You're on tilt and you just got to stand up from the table and walk away from it, and you don't come back. You don't come back until you're right in the head again and you understand what it is. You got your game back on. Once you get your game face back on, then you're ready to get back in the game and sit there and watch the table play out. But don't don't if it's painful to watch, take a break. Don't just sit there and keep watching it. That's not gonna make you feel any better. Ultimate joke would be if we were actually watching a guy in a rubber room as opposed to a van. We can make that happen. I don't have a rubber room. I'm just saying I could put up a green screen. Nana says it's not the swings, it's the selling low. Yeah, I know. Well, no, it's both. It's both, Nana. It really is both because a lot of people I think look at this and go, uh, these don't seem like the prices and Adam Aaron has said that these shares are valuable shares. Why is he selling them so low? You have to understand that there has to be liquidity available in the marketplace in order for a price to run. So, and if you remember our squeeze cake when we're building the squeeze cake, that squeeze cake needs certain things in order for that squeeze cake to be made, and part of it is liquidity. What's a whole house? Uh, in reference to poker? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Casey, AMC has not hit the SSR. It was 4.78. Did I do a little dyslexic? You're right. You're right. I was dyslexic. I flipped the numbers. No. I have 4.78 right here. I didn't flip the numbers. I got it down. 4.78 right there. We hit 4.78 at 11:43 this morning. I thought maybe I got dyslexic and put 4.87 in for my limit, but no, I didn't. I put 4.78. We hit it. What you got to remember though, Stonko Tracker does it on a formula, and they may have like a remainder listed or something like that, and it may have not triggered that. All right, I'm gonna go eat. Jabib's telling me to go take a break, so I'm gonna go take a break. You guys are gonna be okay. Take a deep breath. Sit back, relax. Don't stress out. You know, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be all right. Let me see here. Let me put up some music here for you guys, and let's see, how much does this have left? Yeah, this has got plenty of time left here. All right. Here comes the music in 3, 2, 1, and go. Man, this song's never gonna end. I'm like sitting here waiting for it to end. It just keeps on going. There we go. Finally. Hillbilly says, Casey, market looking like it wants to crash. You got to wait for that volatility, man. It's gonna be even worse. Just wait. All right, I'm gonna take you guys over the numbers. Do the numbers real quick. I know I just got back from break, but I'm gonna do the numbers, and then I'm gonna take another break. I didn't take my first break this morning, so I'm just gonna rush through the numbers here. I'm not gonna rush, but I'm gonna get through the numbers. And if you guys have anything you want to talk about in the meantime, we can do that. But I'm gonna go over to the other page, so I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are saying. So hold those specific thoughts for me until after you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. And crazily enough, today I have been able to log back into my broker without having to do security questions since I've been making it back on time. Amazing. So no speeches for you. All right, starting with the off exchange. By this time of the day, it should be about 64% going through the off exchange and EDGX. That would be a normal day. On off exchange on AMC, it's 52.1, EDGX at 12.62. Total amount 64.72. It's only about 0.7% higher than it should be. So we should see, before the end of the day is over, we should see about 66%. CHX volume is normal. Actually, let me take that back. CHX volume is kind of high, but because over the last 30 days, we've had exceptionally large amounts of volume going through CHX. The numbers currently at 0.33% of our total daily volume. So it is kind of elevated a little bit, but not based off the 30-day average. Taking a look at Ape, highest amount of volume at a 75.28%. Volume out of off exchanges at 75.28%. CBOE EDGX is at 5.23. Grand total between the two is 80.51. Again, 64% is what we'd be looking for right now, so maybe about 16% higher than where it should be. CHX volume, nothing unusual. GME did have elevated amounts of CHX volume earlier this morning. It still is elevated. Their average 30-day amount is 0.2% of their daily volume. It's at 0.83, so 4 times that amount. And nothing unusual in CHX volume for HYMC. Taking a look at the Ortex numbers. An hour ago for AMC, there was approximately 899,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.09 million shares. It's going to have a slight raising effect on the short share interest of the free float to 19.04. Cost to borrow minute 19.21, average at 29.15, and max at 38.06. There's approximately 172.87 million shares on loan today. That is 1.4 million shares more than there was previous day of trading, and about 464,000 of that is new short interest, according to Ortex. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago there was approximately 1.81 million shares, no change, having been borrowed for the day, leaving our estimated short share interest of the free float at 6.74. Cost to borrow mins at 5.84. Average is also 5.84 and max at 7.53, which means very few shares went through at a max cost to borrow, and most of the shares all went through at the average or min. Shares on loan for the day today is at 23.65 million. That's 200,000 more shares of short interest day over day. Options, highest amount of volume. Currently at a $5 strike with 21.8 thousand contracts open an hour ago. There's now 23,000 contracts. Puts at a $5 strike, there was 8.2 thousand contracts. There's now 9,000 contracts. Not quite a 3-to-1 ratio in volume, but market is suggesting a closing price of AMC somewhere around $5. Combined price between the two right now is sitting at 555. It's hovering right at that Fibonacci retracement level. More than likely, we're doing a little bit of consolidation in here. Hard to say which way this is going to break. But as I showed you guys earlier, it appears that we are on a megaphone, a bearish megaphone, which could indicate that this is going to break to the bottom side here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been in the top 10 for the day today. We have a 51.3% buy ratio to 48.6 sell. That started out way worse in the beginning portion of the day, but more buy orders have been slowly going through as the day continues on. GME has approximately 87% buy to 13% sell ratio, and Ape did not make the list due to low volume. SSR is saying it didn't trip for AMC. I've got to go back and check and see if it did or not later after market closes. I'll tell you guys tomorrow morning for sure, but 4.78 is where SSR was supposed to trip. We did hit 4.78 today. Ape would have did trigger at 0.6567. No shares borrowed. I think pretty much all this morning. There was some in the pre-market that were borrowed, about 50,000 shares. No borrowing. NASDAQ is down 1.63, Dow Jones down 0.79, S&P 500 down 1.13. We have 4,803 decliners to 1,900 advancers. The market is looking like it's on hot lava fire. Don't touch the floor because it'll burn your feet. The US dollar is currently showing down 0.05. SPY is down 1.07. Oil is down negative 5.49, and mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.5 to 0.62. VIX is currently down 0.84. VB is down 1.36. Everything's down. VBR 0.88. Tesla down 0.28. Amazon 3.33. Cinemark 10.85. Doge 8.26. Bitcoin 1.19. GME 4.11. HYMC 4.05. Hood 6.27, CS 2.44, NCMI 10.39, Ape is 6.67, and AMC 8.57. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, there's approximately $2.1 million more outflow than inflow. 24.25 million shares having been traded so far. After, what do we got left here? What do we got? 290 minutes worth of trading. Looks like we're on pace for 32.61 million shares traded. I said somewhere between 10 and 30 million. Looks like it's going to be close. I think it might come in just a little bit higher than the 30 million that I predicted. Maybe it's going to come in 31 and a half, maybe 32, somewhere around there, I would suspect. And we might even see a little bit of additional bonus volume that occurs right at the end of the day. So, it might end up being even higher. Who knows? But I think I'll probably be on the low side. On the 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 27.56, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 32.3, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 42.01, which is slightly below average. Ugh. The links that they're trying to make. 1.7 million shares, or $1.7 million more outflow than inflow for the day today on Ape. 10.02 million shares having been traded with 292 minutes of trading so far, putting us on pace for 13.38 million shares traded so far for the day today. or that's the pace for today, and I think that we should see relatively something close between the 5 to 25 million that I suggested in the pre-market. On the 1 hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI 31.38, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than an RSI of 36.95, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with another divergence of the vortex indicator, and RSI is sitting at 45.65, which is slightly below average. And with that, Food Dog says Casey's talking fast. He must be crowning. What does that mean? What is crowning? Hold on a second. I got to pull up my Urban Dictionary. I don't know what that means. I don't even. What the hell? I don't even know what that. I don't even know. That's like I just did it. It was too late, Dana. I already done it. I have no idea what that has. I don't get the reference. Yeah, I just got that Point Break, and I mean, I know about that from having kids, but I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. You're not banned. Block A says spy gone. Is it taken right now? Oh, let me put this back down to the 1 minute. I mean, I don't know about that. It's just that it's down 378. What did I tell you guys not too long ago? I was off. I was off by a bit, but because I kind of told you guys that I felt like there's a chance that the SPY sees. I think I was projecting a little bit sooner than I should have, but that the SPY should see somewhere between 367 and 372, somewhere around that, somewhere in that time in that price range. If it doesn't, if it, in fact, I should probably just put up a line here. Hold on a second. I'll put it here. So if it breaks that red line on this drop and continues to drop through it, I mean, if it breaks this line without rebound, let me rephrase this. If it breaks this red line here, I've got it set up at 367. If it breaks the 367, the SPY is going to likely break pretty hard and start heading for the secondary red line that I've got drawn on here. If it breaks past that secondary red line that I've got drawn on here, goodbye. You can just go ahead and kiss the market. Adios. Now I've got the US dollar breaking, I don't know, how long is this trend here? A month-long trend. I've got the US dollar getting ready to break upwards out of a month-long trend in just a couple days, 2 days from now. So if it's gonna be difficult for you guys to watch what happens over the next 2 days, just don't watch. Uh, it's gonna be tough, and I can almost guarantee you there's gonna be some kind of news that goes along with it. I can guarantee it. there will be news to go with it. MGTO, you're absolutely correct. I was just going based off of what I was going off based off the numbers off of Stonko tracker. So you might be right. Maybe it didn't trip. But I will take a look at the numbers later on that website to see if it did or not. Snap it off. M Height says SPY is oversold to low volume. Check the cloud on SPY. Hold on. Hmm. Yeah, it is moving down on low volume. Let me check. Are you saying check check the cloud like the Ichimoto cloud, or what are you talking about cloud? So on a 1 hour cloud for Ichimoto, it looks it almost looks just like AMC or Ape. On a 4 hour cloud, same thing. But if I pull it up on a daily cloud, though, uh, it is looking like it's heading straight for a green cloud, which is downwards momentum in price. Seeing it break that 367 is a very strong possibility on this push down here. The question is, will it get a bounce off of that? It has like a 64% chance of bouncing off of that, but with this cloud remaining green in the future, as thick as it is right here, I don't think it's going to bounce back up anytime soon. So I think it's going to be continuing to head down. Once it breaks 367, it could continue to go down further and fast. Here's a question for you guys for a point. How is it possible to have low volume but high volatility? Anybody? How is it possible to have low volume but high volatility? Tanner, you're on the right track. Large spread, so in other words, no fighting on price movement, right? Like the price is just simply moving freely on low volume between high and low prices. So the big tramp says closing long position. So that could be. I mean, you could pretend to see that happening, but it could be. It would be the same on both sides though. Closing long and closing short positions on both sides. So, but that would tend to create more volume though. So I would say probably not so much that. You're probably just seeing like super huge swings in prices without much volume. That's how you get high volatility without volume. Nobody's stopping the price from moving in either direction. No resistance to price movement. I don't know. I don't know about margins necessarily being a factor, but I do think that it's interesting on this Bollinger Band that I've got set up here. Do note that a lot of times when we see, for example, on let's go to back to AMC for just a minute, or actually let's go back. Let's see if we can find a spot right back in here, maybe. Here you can see low volume and low volatility. Like the volatility kind of dies down as volume is going down, which makes sense, right? You've got higher amounts of volume occurring right here, right? And you've got high volatility with the high volume, but then you see volatility drop as volume is dropping right here. So that's what volatility should do, is it should drop when volume drops. Now when volatility remains high but volume drops, then you got a little bit of a problem, because it means that especially if prices, whichever direction price is going, nobody's stopping it. Nobody's saying, "Hey, I want to stop this from dropping. I don't want. We're just going to let it fall. We're just going to keep selling into this more and more and more, and nobody's stopping us. So we're going to keep the volatility up here on both sides. Price might drive up a little bit. Nobody's going to stop it from driving up. Nobody's going to stop it from driving down. Just lots of volatility." So Jordan says, what makes you think they won't waive a margin call like last time? Well, first off, even waiving the margin call didn't help them. Number one. Number two, um, waiving a margin call is something that will only delay how long something will take to have happen, in hopes that it will go away. And it's usually only for a very short period of time. In these kind of positions like this, where the market's moving really, really quickly, they're not going to give them a whole lot of time for their margin. Um, what's the word I want to use? Delay or waiver, right? Because they're going to want money. They're going to want money at some point, which means that they have to change something immediately to fix or have a resolution to the action, which is why they took away the buy button, because they figured, well, certainly we can get people to sell their shares into the buying button being taken away, and then we'll be able to meet margin requirements, and then it'll be all over. So do I think that I don't think there's anything stopping them from waiving margin requirements. In fact, I expect that to happen fully. And I expect the buy button to be taken away again fully. Those are both things I'm expecting to have happen for us coming this time. So the answer to your question is nothing. And nothing's prevented the price from running up last time when they did those things. What did prevent the price from continuing to run up was us as retail deciding to sell into those actions. Now, this time we know. This time we know what the difference is, right? Last time they took away the buy button and people started selling, and it helped them to be able to clear their margins. This time, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to fall for it. I'm going to continue to watch the factors that I normally look for that tell me what the general public is doing. But I hope I hope they take away the buy button. If they do, that should prove to everybody, should prove within a shadow of a doubt that we are winning. But it's entirely up to you guys, though. Every single one of us has our own choices to make. I think it's. I mean, it's behind me. The Peloton's still sitting here. Well, Arcade's like, "Where's the Peloton?" I actually had to look. I had to look. I had to look back there and be like, "Oh, so somebody didn't sell it." No, it's still sitting there. But again, I'm not going to be making. I'm not going to be basing my actions off of what. If they take away the buy button and everybody decides to start selling because they're afraid, I'm gonna have to take that into consideration. It's not something that I won't take into a consideration, and I'll be looking at the numbers and deciding, where my exit point is going to be based off of what everybody. If y'all decide to hold forever, I'm holding with you. If major majority of you decide to start selling at some point, whatever that point may be, I'm going to be looking at those numbers, and when those numbers come rolling through and they show me that you guys are decided that you're done, then I'm done with you. One way or the other, I stand with you. Thanks, Sammy boy. I appreciate it. Aaron, I'm glad you're riding. I'm glad you're riding. I'm glad I'm riding with you. I'm glad you're riding in the back of the. No, no, I don't want you in the back. We'll all ride in the back. We're gonna be partying back here. Food Dog says, "Last Shaw standing." Shawshank Redemption. Throat Yogurt says, "As long as Pantheon's rock is still strong, I'm in." that sounds really bad. The Shawshank retention. Dana says, "I'm here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of gum, so she's here to chew ass." That's how I read it, Dana, but then I had to go back and reread it and saw that you said something entirely different. 2 weeks. That reminds me of like the was it Adam Sandler? I can't remember if it was Adam Sandler. He's like, what did the guy say? He said something like, "I eat shit's bigger than you," or something like that. He's like, "You eat shit?" Or something. I can't remember the line, but it was like one of the funniest, grossest lines ever. Yucca Frida says, "Casey, you sound thirsty." I am a little parched right now. I am a little parched. I went on an extended long. I'm going to take another break here, guys. I won't take as nearly as long as the last one, but Dana says every time you giggle, an angel gets its wings. Yeah, I thought it was Happy Gilmore. Yep, Justin, it is. It's always the same. You'll get the same exact looking. You know, and in relation to that, um, there was the unnamed name from last week that I don't want to talk about because for obvious reasons or another. But if you go back and look at that, there's even there's even that same exact pattern that I've told you guys is going to be there. It happens all the time, and with a stock this size, it's going to last for a longer period of time. So the retest on the backside of the squeeze will be much longer. Oh, that's right. I eat pieces of crap like you for breakfast. Thank you, Pennerol. I appreciate it. I eat pieces of crap like you for you eat crap for breakfast. I, I laugh so hard. Mm. Yes, Pantheon, I agree. I'll be bringing back a drink for to wet my whistle when I get back. Has anybody? All right, I've got to ask this question. I've never. I'm sure there's got to be some bartenders in here. Thick flares in for the reverse repo for the day today. 2.134 trillion with 95 counterparties. Previously, it was 2.126. It is still heading upwards. Quick question for the bartenders in here. So, which of you bartenders out there, or actually, how many of you guys out there make what's the word I'm looking for? A spiked eggnog? And I don't mean from scratch. I'm talking about like you just go buy the eggnog at the store and then you add something to it because I'm not going that far. There's no way you're gonna get me going to make my own eggnog yet. Oh, Belarkey, I'm gonna be playing that Phil song when it's completely apparent that there's nothing but upwards momentum coming. Because I'm looking for a really good. Okay, so Cody's going Southern Comfort. Country CPE saying Captain Morgan rum. I'm looking for like the the best mixture though. Like you can't. I did Kahlua and eggnog last night, Cash, and that was all right. It was pretty decent. But I'm looking for something else, and I'm wondering. I know this is going to sound really gross to you guys. I'm wondering. I have eggnog. I have Kahlua, and I have tequila. And I'm wondering, is it possible that you could make a adventurous ape with eggnog? Because I already know that the eggnog and the Kahlua mix together. Why not a little bit of tequila? CPE says no. Yeah, but CPE, would you have ever mixed tequila with? I'm telling you, we should try. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it. Blind Russian. Actually, I have some Fireball. I could probably mix Fireball in it. Oh, that doesn't sound as tasty though. Mix 1 part egg to 3 parts nog, shaken, not stirred. Jeff says. Check it out. A Blind Russian. Hold on a second. Vodka, coffee liqueur, and Irish cream liqueur. Yeah, it sounds all right. I mean, it sounds like a white Russian, just with coffee, essentially. No, I have top shelf. I bought 1800. I just bought 1800 Raspado 1800. So I have top shelf. I feel like that's top shelf. I mean, it's not the top, but it's pretty, it's not cheap either. All right, guys. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna mix. I'm gonna go to break here. I'm gonna mix a. I'm gonna do an adventurous ape with a seasonal twist, and we're gonna see what it's like. Hopefully, it's not too bad. I'm not sure how many parts of eggnog I'm gonna do to. I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna do like the normal adventurous ape, and then. Hmm. Let me think about this real quick. Yeah, that's right. Both with an L in there. Food dog. Don't you forget it. Um. All right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go mix up the drink, and I'll be back in 12 minutes. No, you know what? Give me the extra 20. Give me 20 minutes, guys. I'm gonna be back in 20 minutes. I'll come back at 2:10. I'm gonna rest my voice for just a few minutes extra. Don't forget, guys, my mom flies in tomorrow night. Wednesday, she will be able to be a part of the live stream. But also, don't forget that I don't know that I necessarily want to stream a whole bunch while my mom's visiting, and just kind of spend time with family. I feel like it's kind of important to spend time with family. So I will be streaming. I might take off Friday altogether. I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. I might want a little extra holiday time to me and my family that's going to be here and everything. So I might not stream on Friday at all. I might take an extra day off for Friday. Don't forget we don't have any trading on Monday of next week, and I might do like limited. I'll have a stream running for both Wednesday and Thursday, but um, Sam says we are your family now. I would leave the stream running for Friday. The only problem that I have, Sam, is that you've seen what kind of bandwidth I have. It's like terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And there's gonna be tons of people over at my house, and it's not gonna like I just know it's gonna cut out, and nobody's gonna be able to have access to the internet. So I wanna leave it open for people to be able to play games because I know people like to play some of those. Shoot, what's that game called that they play on there? Hey Seth, what's that game that we play when we go over to Amy's for the on the TV? Yeah, Jackbox. We always play this game, Jackbox, and so everybody's got to be able to get on the internet, I think. So, what it is, what it is. It's kind of fun. If you guys don't know what it is, and you got family coming over for the holidays, check it out. It's kind of cool. It's at least gives everybody a little something to play with. But all right. I'm gonna head out to break. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Strip poker. Yeah, not with family. What kind of beast are you, Brian? All right, guys. I'm gonna turn on the music here. Music coming in 3, 2. All right, I'm back. Hold on one second here. I'm trying to uh, come up with the questions. Hmm. Give me one second. I got to go through and answer these questions real quick here. See how many of these I can get right. Almost done. Man, I only got 14 out of the questions correct. All right, so now I did the questions, now I know which ones I got right and which ones I got wrong. I took the quiz on this here. It was 20 questions for this movie that I would give for the quiz for the day today. It will be a Christmas story. It's going to be the traditional way that we've been doing them from the past, where you just get the right answer. I scored 14 out of 20. I was answering kind of quick because I just wanted to get through it real fast to get the answers, but that's not very good considering considering the fact that that would be a failing grade by most respects, I believe. Yeah, let's see here. All right, what do we got going on? I guess it's not quite failing. It'd be pretty close to it. In my opinion, it's a failing. Uh, I got to toast out the day. I want to go back to a mistake that I made on Friday because I was kind of trying to rush to get out of here. And I hope Faith, Family, and Fishing is listening. But if not, when I do see Faith, Family, and Fishing, I will make sure and let them know that I toasted to their birthday on Friday last week, a day late. 3 days late to be specific, but one trading day late. So, Faith, Family, and Fishing. When you see them around, wish them a happy birthday from last Friday. I know I had mentioned it early in the morning, but like I said, I was rushing to get out, and we didn't actually even toast on Friday. So, but anyways, cheers to his belated birthday. You guys have 1 week left of shopping. Less than a week, less than a week to go, and you guys better have your shopping done because it is getting close. And I think I'm a little worried about this drink here. So I have an adventurous ape with a seasonal twist. It is supposed to be 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua, and a bit of eggnog added to it. The eggnog started curdling. I poured the eggnog in first, put in the tequila second, and it started curdling almost instantly with bubbling. Kind of a strange mix, and then poured in the Kahlua. Didn't quite get the right ratios that I normally do. Decided there was no way in hell I was going to be drinking this without mixing it up first. So I put in my mixer and little hand stir mixer, and here we go. Cheers to Faith, Family, and Fishing's birthday from last Friday, and you guys have 1 week left of shopping. Cheers. Okay. It's not something that I would probably make for myself on a regular basis and will probably be the last time I make it this week. It's not terrible, but it's not exactly good either. Pro Jeweler says Casey's making buttermilk. That's, I mean, I don't even know how to describe this. It's a creamy, adventurous ape. That's about the best way I can describe this as a creamy, adventurous ape. And man, let me tell you, adventurous apes like it creamy. That's about all I can say. Hey, I keep sipping it. What's the difference, right? Who cares? Sappy would love it. Yeah, all right. Who doesn't? I was waiting for Dana's answer. I knew she's gonna. I knew she would pull through. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Let's see what we got going on here. I'll take you guys over to the other page. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those specific thoughts for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. That big adventurous ape, adventurous creamy tramp. I keep drinking drinks. It must be mildly good because I'm not putting it down. It could grow on me. I don't know. We'll see. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX together. Let's see what we got on AMC. This is right here next to my head. And it looks like we got 52.57 going through off exchange for AMC, EDGX 12.16, grand total 64.73. It's about 1.3% lower than I would expect on a normal day. CHX volume, it's actually elevated, but only because our 30-day average has been skewed by several days this month of huge amounts of CHX volume. Normally we average about a quarter of a percent. And right now we're at 0.31% and 78,000 shares going through CHX on AMC. So there's that. But anyways, nothing really huge though. Taking a look at Ape. 75.13% going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.3, grand totals 80.43%. It's about 14% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, nothing unusual. GME's had highly unusual CHX volume today at 0.72 when they're of a percent of their total volume, when normally it's around 0.2. And HYMC, nothing unusual to report. Ortex. An hour ago for Ortex, we had 1.09 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 1.37. That's going to raise the short share interest of the free float to 19.05%, cost per minute 19.21, average at 28.98, and max at 38.06. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 172.87 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase of 1.4 million shares on loan, and about 464,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, it was 1.81 million shares. We haven't had any more shares borrowed since the 1.81 million earlier this morning. That puts our short share interest, the free float, at 6.74%, cost per minute 5.84. So is average and max at 7.53. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 23.65 million shares. That is 200,000 more shares on loan compared to the last previous trading day. And that's all in short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume for the options. Hey, shout out to Wolfie if he's watching. Let's see here. We've got 23,000 shares worth of calls at a $5 strike. Has turned into 25.1 thousand contracts, and on the puts at a $5 strike, we've gone from 9,000 contracts to 9.2. Just shouting Wolfie out just at random. Taking you guys a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, we're currently at 559 as it stands right now. I don't think anybody's going to miss for price prediction tally points for the day today, so we all did kind of price this in. This move at where we're at, but we are seeming to find a little bit of support here at $5.54 and finding a level of support at that amount. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC has been in the top 10 for most of the day today with a 53% buy to 47% sell ratio now. GME is also on the list here with a very strong 86.5% to 13.4% buy sell ratio, and I don't see anything for the rest of those. Trigger price for AMC is at $4.78. Ape is actually, you guys have made note earlier that the closing price for AMC, so likely we did not trigger, but the closing price was $5.75, right? So if we take that minus 0.575, it would be 5.1. Wait a minute. Where did I go wrong there? Is that closing price? Hold on a second. Hold up a second. I'm refreshing. I didn't have AMC refresh. We didn't close at 575 last week. We closed at 531. So 531 minus 0.531 is 4.779. So I think the reason that Stonko Tracker is putting 4.78 is because it's rounding up. I don't know. I think it would actually have to hit 4779 in order for it to trip, and if it didn't hit that, then it didn't hit it. So I'll check it tonight on the website that I check, and let you guys know tomorrow. But it appears that it did not trip. Ape would have tripped at 0.6563, no, 6567 rather. No new shares available to borrow all most of today, and ETFC did return a bunch of those. They did borrow about 50,000 shares earlier in pre-market, but that's about it. NASDAQ is down 1.76, Dow Jones down 0.83, and the S&P 500 down 1.22. We have 4,948 decliners, so 1,788 advancers. The market is failing. I shouldn't say failing. The market is declining. That's probably a better way to say it. More decliners. It's hot lava. Watch out. Don't step in it. You know the deal. The U.S. dollar is currently up 0.02. SPY is down 1.13. We've got oil down 5.57, and the mortgage-backed securities are down 0.41 to 0.48. We've got VIX down. Everything's down on my page here. So VIX 0.35, VB 1.49, VBR 1.07, Tesla 0.2, Amazon 3.43, Cinemark 9.93, Doge 7.51, Bitcoin 0.97, GME 3.65, HYMC 4.63, Hood 5.63, CS 2.44, NCMI 10.59, and Ape 7.3, and AMC 7.72. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is approximately $1.4 million more outflow. 26.41 million shares traded so far. After what do we at here? We got 35 minutes left to go. So 355. After 355 minutes of trading, we're on pace for 29 million shares. I didn't think we were going to make it, but I suggested in pre-market 10 to 30 million shares. We might actually do 10 to 30 million shares on a 1 hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.12, which is signaling it's just having just over. Nope, never mind. It just dipped back down under oversold. Give it a second, Casey. On a 30-second or 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.61. Boy, I tell you what, this eggnog hits hard. It's I can feel it warming my insides, and I have no idea why that is. Maybe it's a thermal reaction from the mixture of the alcohol and the milk product. I have no idea, but it's feels warm on the insides, that's for sure. On a 5-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.2, which is average. On Ape, we have approximately $800,000 more outflow than inflow. No, take that back. 1,800 more outflow than inflow, or 1.8 million. I don't know why I said 1,800. Oh yeah, because it's got thousands showing represented. 10.76 million shares having been traded after 357 minutes. I almost sounded like Daffy Duck there for a second. Fucking frackish. It's eggnog. It's an eggnog. We're on pace for 11.75 million shares before the end of the day is over. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 5 and 25 million. It looks like that's going to be the case. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.66, which is just slightly above signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure. No, wait. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 36.09, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.87, which is slightly below average. I pop up the news articles that flash up here, and like every time I go to click on it, all I can think of is Will Smith saying, "Keep my wife's name out of your mouth." That's all I can think of. Every single time I go to click on it, it's like, God, just keep our stock's name out of your mouth, you bastards. All right. Arby Food Dog says the eggs are hitting Casey hard. Yucca says Casey's on fire. Hedge Trimmer says it's a salmonella. Salmonella, gotta love that. Arby says not eggnog. Hedge Trimmer laughing. Pro Jeweler says just wait, Casey. Volcano eruption. That'll come later. Tastes awful, but it works. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Tree frog, highway frog. Sorry. Arby wants to cut me off. Food Dog thinks I went Yosemite Sam. I say. Oh no, wait, that's not. That's somebody else. That's Foghorn, Leghorn, or whatever his name is. I don't know if I could do Yosemite Sam. Captain Awesome says, I was watching some other videos on YouTube and one of them had a 1 minute 30 ad about options trades in dark pools. The video wasn't even AMC related. I'm gonna be wasted before. This is really hitting hard. I'm really impressed. It's my normal. It's actually less alcohol today than normal, because I had my glass doesn't fit. Um, Normally my glass is full with the normal drink, but because I had to add eggnog to it, it was extra full, so I had to pull out a different glass, and so it's hitting hard. What can we expect when margins start to roll on? The very first thing that I think that you're going to see have happen is uh, a market wide drop, like a significant market wide drop, and then shortly thereafter, and I'm not sure exactly how long thereafter, but should be within a day or less. Maybe even 2 days. I guess it could be 2 days. If settlements need to, well, settlements should be able to occur within a day. Because all they need to do is collect on the money and then pay the money out or start purchasing. I would suggest within a day's, maybe two tops of seeing the market have like a major market-wide correction across the board, that you'll see, price starting to run shortly thereafter. And it won't just be AMC. You're going to actually see. I would expect to see um, a market-wide kind of drive, because they're not gonna just. I'm sure the margins will be called for many different positions, and so a lot of different positions will start running. The ramblings of a drunk man. Well, they could if they had shares. They need to have shares in order to cover. Hey, Arby, I only have one drink. It's all I ever have. It might have 3 shots in it, but it's only one drink. Blark is doing his best rendition of oh gosh, Rorschach. I'm not meeting Adam Aaron. He's meeting me. That's pretty funny. You guys keep saying, oh, okay, I see, there it is. I missed it. I didn't see her question. I'm just curious. I didn't see it at all. Maybe it was way up there. Oh, there it is. These prices need to do better. I can't resist buying or I will have to get drunk. No drinking and trading. And that's right. That means that when this thing starts kicking off, I won't be able to toast with you guys. Sam says you merely adopted the AMC. I was born in it. Manjit says the day that this pops, I'm getting drunk. I hope not the day of. Well, I mean, I guess the day of wouldn't be too bad. I mean, there's gonna be more than just one day's worth of movement. The tough part is, I was kind of thinking about, some of you guys and the situations that you might be in, and with work and whatnot. The really tough part is deciding which day you're gonna call in sick. That's gonna be the real tough part. but I try to give you advance warning as much as I can. So yes, yes. We're getting it a little bit earlier than that, Blake. Let me pull it up here. I was looking at it earlier this morning with my wife, and whoo-wee, this eggnog's coming back up. It's angry. It's angry eggnog. It reminds me of Elf, and he's an angry elf. This is angry eggnog. We have a low of 15 degrees on Thursday. We're getting it a day earlier than you guys. 15 degrees. Holy Toledo. That is going to be, I'm going to be cutting glass. It's going to be a chilly day. What are you guys laughing at? What do you guys, what did I say? Mm. With how do you decide? Well, hopefully it'll be, yeah, I'll write you a note. I'll write you a note. There you go, Arby. Cheers. CNBC just said Avatar missed numbers this weekend. What FUD going in interview next after commercial? You know what? It's ridiculous. Like, I just don't. It's crazy. Hey, thanks, Sammy. I like the way I keep calm and optimistic too. On the inside, I'm freaking out. No, no, I'm teasing. Have you ever? I don't know if you guys have ever played poker. I relate a lot of things to poker playing because I like playing poker a lot. But have you ever gotten in one of those hands before where the only way that you know that you're going to win the hand is if you stone cold bluff the other player? I had that happen to me one time, and once. I can only really think of once where I ever actually decided to pull the trigger on it, and I went all in. It was in a tournament, and I'm telling you, this dude spent, I don't know how much time he spent trying to decide whether he was going to call me or not. I had been playing, luckily. Oh shoot, trivia. Dang it. Yep. All right, I'll finish the story real fast. I was playing really good and I was super solid the whole night. So he took a super long time. Finally, he folded over the nuts, or not the nuts, but he folded over. It was the nuts compared to my hand because I didn't have shit. I thought I had king three. There was a three on the board, and I thought I had paired up a king on the board that hit, and he had a king something else, and so he had the king. I thought I had two pair. I didn't have two pair. I had queen three. I completely misread my hand, and but because I believed so firmly in my hand that when I shoved all in, I thought I was winning. And man, I'll tell you what. At one point, I looked back down at my hand because he told me to. I don't remember what he said something, and I looked back down at my hand and then checked it, and I started sweating on the inside. I was like, damn it. Never go back and look at your cards. Never. Even if you think you got something, just keep thinking it. Don't ever go back and recheck the cards. All right, let's do trivia here real fast. Never go back and check your cards because if you were wrong, it's gonna show. You're gonna ultimately you'll probably gulp or something. But he folded and I didn't have I had a pair of threes. Let's see here. That's right. Bet it like you got it. Dude, Arby, that's awesome, man. One of my bucket list things after this is all done is to come out to Vegas and play the World Series of Poker main event. That's just something I just want to be able to say that I've done in my lifetime. And one way or the other, I will be doing it. I just have to wait for a settlement to come through. My ex-wife has got money she owes me, so I wait for that to happen, and then I'll be going for sure. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here, guys. This is get ready for the questions, the movie trivia questions, because it is time. Hopefully you guys are ready. Yep, we'll do it. We'll go out there. We'll do it as a team, guys. Anybody who gets knocked out has to watch and spot for the other players. All right. First question is going to tell you what movie this is. Are you guys ready? Here we go. In which year was the film Home Alone released? '90s, correct by It's Me. I almost skipped over you, It's Me, because you only put 90 in there, but then I suddenly realized that what you meant by that. Somebody put a question there, says, "What the heck? Why your ex-wife owe you money in 2022? You should have been done with her." Yeah, no kidding, man. No kidding. I was nice enough to let my kids and my ex stay in the house that they're in, and so when she sells it, I get a very large payout. So, and I'm waiting for it, and it's over. It's probably going to be over 100K, but I just got to wait for it. It'll come. Here we go. Next question. How I got this one wrong. I missed it by a year. How old is Kevin McAllister? Eight for It's Me is correct. Uh-oh. It's Me knows this all too well. Let's see if you can get this one. What's the name of the old man who saves the day? Marley by Tanner. That is correct. Tanner. I'm never gonna get your name right. Enos? Enos? Enos. I'm so sorry. Eanes. Eanes. That's gotta be it. It's Eanes. I don't know how to say it, Tanner. Tanner, please correct me, man. Please correct me and phonetically put it out. No, is it Eanes or Anus? Which one? Anus? Get the hell out of here. It is not anus. The last one. Okay. I thought I thought I thought for sure you were saying it was the first one was right. I was like, no way. Oh my god, I can't believe I got it right. That would have been really I legit probably would have made you the new hot cotch. That's really funny. All right. Moving on to the next question. Yeah, Einstein's like, damn, Casey. I'm sorry, man. It's good eggnog. What can I say? Let's see here. Um, what crawls across Marv's face? Oh man, John Hannaford is correct. Spider. It was tarantula, but I'll give it to you for spider. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to stop laughing at this. What was the name of the gangsters film Kevin watches? By the way, it is not. This is a little trivia for you guys. It's not a real movie. They actually filmed a film for the film. I know. You didn't know that, did you? You had no idea. What was the name of it? What was the name of the gangster film Kevin watches? Ooh, so yes, Jared Hutto gets it. It's Angels with Filthy Souls. Jared Hutto got the complete portion of that. who got the Who got the Filthy Souls? Jeff Hamill. Jeff, I'm gonna give you half point. I just, you know what? It's Christmas. I'm giving you a full point. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Let's see here. No, no. Ah, yeah. What do the burglars call the McAllisters' home? Silver Tuna by Einstein is correct. I'm still laughing about that one. Oh man. All right, I gotta keep moving on. I'm gonna lose it here. Uh, what is Kevin's cousin called? Fuller is correct for It's Me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more questions. What's the name of Kevin's obnoxious brother? Buzz is correct by Danny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 more questions. Just want to make sure I got them all here. What kind of pizza did Kevin order? He's a filthy animal. Nobody should be allowed to order this kind of pizza ever. I mean, Danny, I think I give you the answer because but I don't. The whole cheese thing threw me off. I think you were typing something else in, so I'm gonna give it to you. But yeah, all right. Let's see. I got this one right. How many pizzas did the McAllisters order for their I don't know. How many did they order for their something or other? I can't make out the word. Yeah, It's Me got it. It's 10. They ordered for their party. I think it's supposed to be party or something like that, but yeah, it's 10 pizzas. All right. Well, we know who the expert Home Alone expert is in here. It's me. And myself, I thought you had changed your name to It's Me because I don't know. It seems like something you would do. But believe it or not, there's an It's Me in here now, and it's not myself. Next thing I know, somebody's gonna be putting in here, I. So Tanner Eanes, I apologize, man. I mean, I'm glad, I'm glad that you were laughing, because I get everybody's names wrong. I'm just a degenerate around here. It's all me. We doing the numbers. We did the numbers. Did we not do the numbers? We did the numbers. I went through them already. I'm trying so hard not to laugh at that diver down. I'm trying so hard. Stop. Okay, Tanner's still here. I just want to make sure he didn't like leave. Hillionaire says, when is Adam Aaron retiring? I'm not sure. Dude, Pro Jeweler is like so far behind. A spider. Wait. Pro Jeweler's gonna get to the funny part. Don't anybody tell him to hit live. Don't anybody say hit live to Pro Jeweler because he's gonna get to the best part here in just a second. Because I'm pretty sure it was after. I'm pretty sure it was. Everybody's gonna start. Wait, everybody start. Oh no. Oh wait, he put LMAO. He either got to the good part or he's live already. Not sure which. Nikki said, "Good afternoon, Casey and fam. Good to see you, Nikki." Oh, by the way, guys, I just want to let you know. Um, "I'll Be Home for Christmas" is a song that was written during wartime. I believe it was World War II. I might be mistaken on that one, but I'm pretty sure it was around World War II era. And my sister really liked the song. We did a Christmas album together, and I wanted to, I asked her, I said, well, what's your favorite Christmas song? And she says, "I'll Be Home for Christmas." So we started listening to it. I'm like, it's so slow. And she's like, I know, but it's so great. And I go, but I can't play it like that. It's so terrible. And she goes like, no, you have to play it like that. And I was like, oh my gosh, as a musician for me as a musician, I shouldn't say for everybody, but for me as a musician to slowly drag a song like that on when you're picking it can be so like mundane, and you could probably even sense the timing is a little off in some places in the song just because it's so hard for me to drag a song like that with such slow tempo. But I told her, I said, there's no way we can make this into like a 3 minute song with you singing it has a chorus, it has it has a verse and it has a chorus, and that's it. There's nothing else other than that verse and that chorus for that song. So her and I wrote a second verse. I think we wrote a second verse, and then the chorus we kept the same, obviously. But so the second verse was written by her and I, and then yeah, and then we did the song. So that's gonna be today's song, and yes, myself, we did. No, I don't want to. We don't need a chipmunk version of that one. But I am playing the chipmunk version that you did for the other song, though, because I really do like it. It was really kind of fun. I think the best part about it is that it sounds like it's played on a ukulele that's detuned like a little kid's uke, which makes it even more almost authentic, more sounding than anything. Get a coked up drummer. Oh, Thor bladed, man, you're killing me. I thought we did a good job. Oh, I'm sorry you don't like it, but yeah, I'm only gonna play it for today, so you only have to endure it for one more session of playing. Thorblade says, you know what my favorite is, even though it didn't align with the book, The Count of Monte Cristo. That is so random. Okay. Myself says it is a kid's uke. Finding it was the hardest part. The singing hamster was pretty easy. I showed it to my kid. I showed it to my wife. I don't think she liked it as much as my kids did, though. My kids heard it and they were like, "Oh, that's cool." One of Hunter didn't like it. I was really surprised. Hunter was just kind of like, meh. But he's also he played the drums in it, and you can barely hear the drums at all. So he probably felt like his part got deleted. Ugh, it's so bad, Thorbladed. I can't listen to her song one more time. Well, it's closed on the 26th only. It is. It is about that time to walk the dog, guys. So let me get you guys out of here. You know what time of the day that means it is. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, go out and finish that Christmas shopping, go walk your dog because they like to get outside and walk too. Maybe even a cat, I don't know. But go see a movie because that's what we're here for. But above all else, guys, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now in SM.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree. Christmas Eve.